Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Rick Kriseman, District 1, Robert Blackman, District 2, Brandy Gabbert, District 3 and Council Chair Ed Montanari, District 4, Jordan Rice, District 5, Deborah Big Sanders, District 6 and Council Vice Chair Gina Driscoll, District 7, Lisa Wheeler-Bowman, and District 8, Amy Foster.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the August 13th meeting of the St. Petersburg City Council. We'll call the meeting to order and we'll begin with a roll call.
Foster,
Here.
Blackman,
Here.
Gabbert,
Here.
Montanari,
Here.
Rice,
Here.
Big Sanders,
Here.
Driscoll,
Here.
and Wheeler-Bowman.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll begin our meeting with an invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation today is given by Pastor Paul Gibson of Trinity Lutheran Church. And would everyone please stand in place? Good afternoon, Pastor Gibson.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. God of relationship and of community, you embrace the whole universe. Help us in our separation and isolation. When we cannot hug a friend or touch a parent, make us aware of the bonds that cannot be broken. When we see the power of hatred and fear, inspire us to respond with courage and with love. When social, economic, and political divides seem too wide to span, remind us of our common humanity and our common calling. Teach us that each of us is blessed so that we can be a blessing to others. As we ponder all that sickness and trauma have taken from us, show us the future that is possible. A new normal that is far better than all that we took for granted in the past. Help us to create a community that offers equal opportunity, equal access, equal security, and equal justice for all. A place of prosperity and peace for the most vulnerable of our brothers and sisters. Guide our listening and our sharing of truth. Help us to build bridges of respect and of humble service. Help us to see the people that we can become and give us the courage to change. We ask this in the name of all that is holy and all that holds us together. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Gibson. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you again, Pastor Gibson, for the moving invocation. And thank you for your ministry here in St. Petersburg and for all that you do to grow our Lord's kingdom. It's very touching. Thank you again. Council members, we have an agenda before us. There was one change. We have deleted the COVID reports. Other than that, it remains as published. With that one change, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Move approval.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Seeing no request to speak, will the clerk please call it?
Foster,
Yes.
Blackman,
Yes.
Gabbard,
Yes.
Montanari,
Yes.
Rice,
Yes.
Big Sanders,
Yes.
Driscoll,
Yes.
and Wheeler Bowman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have a consent agenda before us. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, before you proceed, can you, we proceed with voting on the consent agenda. Can you read the statement that needs to be read regarding public comment and why we're having the meetings in virtual setting?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Clerk. City buildings have been closed to the public due to the COVID-19 emergency. Accordingly, the meeting location has been changed from in-person to virtual meetings by means of communications media technology pursuant to Executive Order 2069 issued by the Governor on March the 20th, 2020, and Executive Order 2030 issued by the Mayor on July 8th, 2020. Please be advised that at all times the Chair has the authority and discretion to reorder agenda items, and in the event the rules of decorum are violated to the point of disruption of the meeting, to alter the means by which the public comment is submitted. The City Clerk will now explain the rules for public comment during open forum and on the agenda items in this virtual meeting. Mr. Clerk.
The City Council receives public comment during open forum and on agenda items with limited exceptions consistent with Florida law. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. Only city residents, owners of property in the city, owners of businesses in the city, or their employees may speak during open forum. If you wish to address City Council, you may send an email to city.clerk@stpete.org with your name, address, agenda items, and comment. Unless an agenda item is specified, emails will be read during open forum. Otherwise, emails will be read during public comment for the specified agenda items. Emails must be received before the public comment period for the agenda item has closed. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name, address at the conclusion of your comments, or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply. including the 3-minute time limit on comments. The requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violation of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, do we have any citizens that want to speak on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any emails regarding the consent agenda. And I do see one hand raised, Mr. Jeff Davis. Mr. Davis, if you're speaking on the consent agenda, please state your name and address for the record and the consent agenda item to which you're speaking. And you will have 3 minutes to address City Council once you enter into the meeting setting. Mr. Davis?
There we go. How's that?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you for agreeing to listen to me talk a little bit about the journey in the lake behind Harbor Isle. About a year ago, a little over a year and a half ago, really, we started to have challenges that were.
Mr. Davis, may I interrupt you for a moment? Is
Yes.
Harbor Isle on the consent agenda? If not, that's part of the a different part of that comes up at a different time. So if you
Oh,
want-
sorry about that. I did not mean to cause a problem. I got a note from Ben. Sorry about you guys.
No problem. We'll bring you at a different time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, there are no more hands raised.
Okay, very good. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Seeing no requests by council members to speak, will the clerk please call the roll?
Foster,
Yes.
Blackman,
Yes.
Gabbard,
Yes.
Montanari,
Yes.
Rice,
Yes.
Big Sanders,
Yes.
Driscoll,
Yes.
and Wheeler Bowman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have, we'll move down to open forum. Do we have any people wishing to speak during open forum, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, at this time, we have no emails, and Mr. Davis would like to speak on open forum. I will bring Mr. Davis, once you enter into the meeting setting, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address council once you enter into the meeting space. Mr.
Thanks.
Davis?
Yep. Hi, this is Jeff Davis. I live at 7248 15th Court Northeast in Harbor Isle, behind the lake, facing north. I just wanted to come by after talking to Ben and Carlos and Claude by email and Tom, and comment about the journey that we've been on with the city council and all the city leaders on the water behind the island. As I'm sure you all know, about a year ago, we got hit, as many others in the state did, with a rather nasty algae bloom. According to the scientists at the state, it was probably the worst in the state. Tom Shemansik and Carlos, as the leaders of the actual project, got directly involved. They brought teams in with the state, NOAA, scientists, providers, engineers, and at the same time, we in the HOA, and I'm one of the officers in the HOA, brought together the residents, because it's really a multifaceted problem. Yep, we got a reclaimed water thing, but we also have fertilizer, leaves and grass clippings in the drains, sprinkler systems that aren't maintained right, and we all started to get our heads together and put together a pretty big awareness effort on the island. The city has responded with fantastic resources. As I'm sure Carlos has filled you in, there's been several treatments. They've been very successful. We're in a maintenance phase right now. We have a little touch up to do in the next couple of weeks, I guess. But I wanted to just say thanks on behalf of the residents. And Chair Montanari has been helpful as well. All of you have been helpful to help us get the resources. And there are a lot of positive things that have gone on. And you guys just needed to hear that it's been a positive journey and that we appreciate it. And I know from time to time people get frustrated. Every once in a while there's an email flying around, but our residents are truly thankful, appreciate everything everybody's done. Carlos, I think, responds as well as any of Chief Holloway's people do. Last time I had to send him a note about a little something on the water, he was here in 12 minutes, which is rather remarkable. And he's always welcome to come on and have coffee. They speak at our meetings, as Chairman Montanari has. And I think this is about the best example of a positive outcome that you can have during a very challenging project. So thanks to all for taking care of us, and we will do our part here on the island as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for taking the time out of your day to share with you your thoughts on the Harbor Isle Lake. I've asked Mr. Carlos Frey to give us an update on what we've done with the lake a little bit later in the meeting. But your comments are very much appreciated. Hopefully you can stick around and watch our meeting. We should be to that item on our agenda before too long. But thank you for your comments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody else wanting to speak during open forum?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any other hands raised and no emails have come in.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm going to go just a little out of order, and I want to swing down to reports. I see we have the Regional Chancellor of USF St. Petersburg, Martin Tadlock, in the meeting. We had a little discussion earlier today in another meeting, Mr. Tadlock, on making sure guests to our meeting are moved right to the front of the agenda. I know you've got a busy schedule, and I wanted to turn the meeting over to you and get an update on what's happening at USF St. Petersburg. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Montanari, for that. And welcome everyone to the slideshow that I'm going to share with you. And I've been told all I got to do is say next and it moves. So that's kind of exciting that I don't have to push a button to be able to do this. I'm very pleased to be able to give you a brief update on things that are happening here at the University of South Florida, St. Petersburg campus of USF. And then answer any questions you may have about some of the things you see or some things you don't see. That'll be strictly up to you. I want to thank the council first for all of the work you do. As you know, we are St. Petersburg, and we feel that this campus belongs to you. We are completely dedicated to making things happen here that will lift the residents of this city and make things better for them. That's what we're all about. That doesn't change, regardless of consolidation, regardless of those things that happen around us. Our culture here and our ethos is very clear about who we are and where we're going. So I wanted to thank you for that. So I'll just run through a few things quickly and then see what kind of questions you would like to have me talk with you about. So next, please. Back in March, students left on spring break, and before we let them back on campus, we moved everything online. So it was a huge 24/7 effort to move all of our courses online into an online format, and of course, get everything ready for summer being totally online, and we've been online since that time. One thing I want to point out about this, however, 38% of our credits prior to COVID-19 were already online. And our faculty were always told to be prepared for a long-term shutdown that could happen because we live in Florida and we never know when we're going to have to do that. And so everyone was always told to be prepared for that. And we had a really strong infrastructure to support our faculty, moving courses online and all of our support services to move online. In fact, we are number 14 in the United States in the number of courses on this campus, just this St. Pete campus alone, that are Quality Matters certified. And Quality Matters is the flagship accrediting body for highly interactive, engaging online courses. And we are number 14 in the country, regardless of size. It has nothing to do with size. We're number 14 in the country. And as you'll notice from the slide, about 85% of our courses this fall will still be either online or mostly online, with very little face contact. About 15% of our courses will have face contact for those students who return. Next slide. We also, in the spring, had some innovative things happen. I'll just point out a couple of those. The College Pen Pal program was started by one of our staff on our campus, Meredith Mechanic, who just had this brilliant, what turns out to be a brilliant idea of let's just go back to the past and see if there's the opportunity to do pen pals for our students. We were just going to do it for the students that attend this campus. And within 2 weeks, it went viral. Now there's over 2,000 students that participate in this program from over 200 colleges and universities around the world. You'll see some of those listed there for you. And it continues to grow. And students are paired up by our student services folks here on this campus to participate in the virtual program, plus Pen Pal program. Plus, we started a lot of other virtual events. Everything went online and everything went virtual, but we still had that obligation, of course, to keep students connected with one another and connected with this campus. And for example, Cooking with Carolina, Carolina Nutt is responsible for our student life area in our first and second year success program. I went online and did a Cooking with Carolina. She taught me how to do 3-cheese macaroni and cheese with meat in it. And took an hour to do it, but I did it online with Carolina. And then of course it was a live feed and students could be on there with us, and then it was recorded and uploaded. So we just keep doing those things. We have great people here who keep our students connected. Next, a couple of other things that we launched. St. Pete Friends program, we started in April. There was still only about a month left in the semester, month and a half, but we knew that we had a lot of senior residents surrounding the campus in downtown, as you know, and they were told to stay in and not go out. And so with that isolation, we thought, why not see if we had students on our campus that would be willing to be a friend with some of the residents. And we got connected with organizations in St. Pete that already were involved in helping do something to help connect residents together who are basically confined to their quarters during the virus. So we started that, and we had about 30 students participate and some staff who signed up to do it. And it's been life-changing for some of those students because they've been connected to 80 and 90-year-old people that they learn from. And those folks learn from our students, believe it or not. And the example I have is Alex Naguib that went out last week. She's been named a hero, USF hero, as a student, because she was one of those students that signed up immediately and was paired up with a 90-year-old lady who lives in one of the senior communities near the campus, who was a scuba instructor for her career, and of course has been all over the world doing that. And Alex was just completely enthralled and stays in constant contact with her by phone and video chat, and has been doing that since the spring and will continue to do it in the fall. And we're ramping that program up again this fall. In the hospitality industry, the Kate Tiedemann School of Business and Finance, working with the Mumma College of Business, put together a program for people in the hospitality industry, resulting in a non-credit certificate program. Over 800 people have participated in that free certificate program, and they have a waiting line of people who want to participate in that program. And we put that together just to make it available for those people in the hospitality industry that we knew were hard hit by the virus. Next. We also ramped up some things for our students because, of course, students lost jobs, students' families lost jobs, and then they would, of course, run into a difficult time period in order to pay their tuition and continue to finish their degree or continue in their studies. We ramped up our students, what we call Stay Afloat program. A gift from Ellen Cotton and Kate Tiedemann of $50,000 helped do that. And we reached out to individuals on campus and throughout the community to contribute to that Stay Afloat program, which gives short-term financial assistance to students who run into a hardship. And it's being taken advantage of by students who are carefully screened who definitely are in need. The supportable pantry that we have on our campus that opened up about a year ago was also ramped up. We've given 1,900 pounds of food to students, along with, I don't remember how much dog food, but pet food as well, because we have a lot of students with pets who live in this area. And we have continued to get contributions to help that food pantry stay there and help our students. Next slide. Okay, and next slide. So in the middle of ramping up everything to take, because of the virus and the changes that we've experienced on campus, our faculty brought in the 2019-20 fiscal year, over $20 million in research awards, external grants, and contracts, which you can see in front of you is a huge jump in the number of grants and contracts and external dollars brought into the campus by our faculty, which of course benefits the community because we hire people using those funds. We do research in the community with those funds, and it engages people in the community in ways that we wouldn't be able to do if we didn't bring in those external grants and contracts. Next. We just opened yesterday the Osprey Suites. I took a tour. I actually took some pictures out the top floor, and you will be jealous. I posted them on Instagram. They have better views out of the top floor rooms that you see there in front of you than Sri Sundaram has in the College of Business up on the top floor that he has in part of the Dean's Suite up there. So I did that to make him jealous. Students up there who will be fortunate to be on the water side of the facility have incredible views that you probably pay $3,000 a month for in the city of St. Pete. And I wondered yesterday, are they paying extra for that? And Jake Diaz, Dr. Diaz, who is our Dean of Students and over housing, said, no, everybody pays the same rate. I said that was a bad business practice, but that's just me. Next. Our largest classroom facility on campus, Davis Hall, the second floor is being completely redone, and it is ahead of schedule. They should finish in November so that we can reoccupy the second floor of Davis Hall starting in January with the spring semester. Faculty and staff moved out of that location last winter in order for that renovation to occur, and completely gutted the second floor of Davis in order to completely bring in outside light, more views, and modernize that facility. And we're very pleased that they're ahead of schedule. Next. We also welcome Tom Fraser. Dr. Fraser is the new Dean of the College of Marine Science. He joins the USF St. Petersburg campus leadership team, and we are putting together, along with Helen Levine, our external relations vice chancellor, and folks at the College of Marine Science, putting together an onboarding schedule for Tom. So you'll get an opportunity to meet him sometime in the upcoming fall as we work that schedule to get him introduced to the community. He has been serving as Florida's Chief Science Officer and was at the University of Florida, that other place up there to the north. And we had a conversation yesterday. We've been in touch regularly, and the conversation yesterday was about the interdisciplinary center of excellence moving forward that we want to work together to create here in this campus environment. And it could involve things like marine and environmental sciences and human health all coming together in an interdisciplinary way to create new programming and create a national center for that would be unlike anything you see in the country, because we've talked to our business people about blue business. We've talked to our graphic arts people about being a part of this as well in the communications area, and our journalism program that is one of the only nationally accredited journalism programs in the country and adjacent here to the Poynter Institute, to do something to be a part of this creation that we have in mind to start having conversations about after Tom gets his feet under him. We're really excited to have him here. Next. In the old port facility, that has, of course, been redone, and our second degree accelerated nursing program began a year ago with 20 students. It is going to 30 students this fall, and we expect it'll climb again the next fall as we continue to expand that opportunity to bring those students here. And these are top-notch students. These are student nursing leaders. That's what the program is designed to create. They're second degree students. They already have a bachelor's degree, and they do their clinicals here in St. Pete. And we're really excited to see the expansion of that program continue. Next slide. We also were fortunate to be named our online MBA, which is centered and housed, quote, administered out of this campus, as one of the top 25 online MBA programs in the country by the Princeton Review, which in the world of higher education is a much more respected publication than US News and World Report, just so you know. Next. I'd like to spend a little bit more time on this slide because this gets to where we are in relation to enrollment and access to this institution. Because we merged as one institution, admissions to USF St. Petersburg changed 3 cycles ago. And so with that change, right now, if you look at the enrollment of the students, the traditional freshman class that people think about coming into this institution as full-time students in the fall, the GPA went from an average 3 years, a little over 3 years ago, of 3.8 to this fall, it's 4.15, which really is almost a 4.2 weighted GPA. The SAT went from, I'm looking here for the FTICs, from 1171 to 1295. And the ACT went from a 24 to a 28. That's the average of our incoming freshman cohort in terms of what people think about. With that, of course, comes difficulty for some students to be admitted to a university campus that has to meet those admission requirements, because we are now part of a top, what will be a top 25 research intensive university in the US. So that's not going to change. So what we started to do even before the merger was look at alternative pathways for students to still come and be a part of this campus, especially in the city, in the county. We do not want to lose that opportunity for our county students to come here for a degree. What you need to be reminded of is transfer students are not held to those same admission requirements. If you are a transfer student with an associate's degree and a 2.0 or better GPA, you are admitted. And so the transfer route through our FUSE program with St. Pete College and Hillsborough Community College, and our, what we created was called PATH, Pinellas Access to Higher Education program. Through those transfer programs, students can come here after going through St. Pete College, and well, PATH is with St. Pete College. Hillsborough includes FUSE. Through those programs, students can seamlessly transfer, and all of those credits come with them. We have 19 degree programs in FUSE, and then there is no requirement for whatever the degree is in PATH, plus they get a scholarship to come and start off their semester, their first semester with us in transfer. So transfer has always been there. But we've also developed other ways, such as a summer SSS TRIO program. If you're familiar with federal programs, SSS and TRIO, We started our own last summer to bring disadvantaged students to this campus and work with them through the summer for full-time fall admissions, where they start with us in the summer, take some courses, get grounded here, get those under their belt. We started with a small one cohort this summer. We plan to increase dramatically the number of students who have access to that program, and they're not held to the same admission requirements because they're starting in the summer part-time with us in that program. And if they do well, they can move into the fall semester full-time. Plus, with the PATH program, our education counselors, along with St. Pete College education counselors, are in the community. They are working with the high schools. We have a plan we have coming. The virus kind of slowed us down a little bit, but a parents academy, so that parents in St. Petersburg who are interested in how do I help my student, my child, get into higher education or education beyond high school, what are my options? How do I get them prepared? What do I do to help them? We want to start those parent programs for those individuals that would come. We also are planning a principals and guidance counselor opportunity for those to be joining us right now virtually, but when we can face-to-face, to learn all about this campus and all about the various ways students can access the University of South Florida. We're also going to be working with the city. We are fortunate that Deputy Mayor Tomlin is on our Campus and Community Task Force for Diversity and Inclusion and the My Brother's Keeper program. And there's another program for girls I know that started in the city that the name is escaping me right now. We will be working with them and pairing our students with those students in order to start grounding those students in what it means to come here to go to school. We are creating an Access web page that will be live very soon. And on that Access web page, prominently displayed on the USF website, will be information about all the various ways that you can come into this kind of a university, regardless of the entrance requirement for traditional fall freshmen. We also implemented this fall, we set aside $15,000 in grants for housing for Pinellas County students who were admitted to this campus and needed help financially to come here and stay in our res halls. We started 2 living learning communities. One is the Stonewall Suites for LGBTQ students that started last fall, and it's a living learning community in our residence hall. Another one is the King Suites, and that is for students who have an interest in diversity and inclusion, especially in the African American community, and that will start this fall. We also have a strategic yield plan for underrepresented students that will be implemented in the fall that has been worked on for the past year. So even though you need to know that the student population on this campus will be about half of what it would have been without the virus. That means probably around 500 to 550 residential students on the campus living in our residential halls. And then of course there are students in apartments in downtown that will be here as well. But our residential halls will be about half of what they typically would be. And that's because of people's uncertainty about the fall semester. Next, and I'm going to finish up with just 2 more quick things for you. The Innovation Scholars Program is the first of its kind. There is nobody else doing this in the state of Florida. No other university does this. We started with 32 students last year who come in as traditional, fresh out of high school faces. And we pair them up with mentors in various community organizations in the downtown area. It has to be trolleyable, walkable, or bikeable, or to get to where they're going to do their mentoring. And we had 30-something organizations in St. Pete participate last year. Well, now this fall, 94. All of a sudden, I wanted to double the number. We tripled the number without even trying. 94 brand new first time in college students coming this fall are going to be paired up with mentors in various organizations around the city of St. Pete. And I want to thank Councilwoman Driscoll for participating in that as one of the first in that group of 32 last year. No one does that in Florida, and we think this is a great way to introduce students to their interests, to what they have a passion about, and what they want to pursue in their career, and get them grounded in what it means to go into the workforce and find out what that's all about. And you can see some of the participants that we have listed there. Last slide. Consolidation officially started July 1. So we are officially consolidated as one USF. However, the study, the self-study that has to be submitted to our accreditors will have to be put together this fall and submitted in late November to our accrediting body in Atlanta, which is SACS-COC. That accrediting body will send a team to the USF campuses in late January, I think the 27th, 28th, and 29th. They plan to be either here live on our campus or in a modified virtual world. They'll do it anyway, but they'll do it in a virtual world. And they will do a visit to make sure that we are following the plan for consolidation that was submitted and put forward to them this fall, showing how we are operating as a consolidated university and making sure we are in compliance with what the accreditors require for us to be a branch campus within that consolidated USF. And I'll take any questions that you'd like. I think the last slide is thank you. Oh, questions. Thank you. And any questions or anything you would like to talk about?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Tadlock, for the presentation. We do have some questions. We'll start off with Council Member Fix-Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions. I just want to thank Chancellor Tadlock for attending today. I've met with him to discuss some of the enrollment at USF St. Pete, with it being right here in our backyard. And I look so forward to it playing a role, hopefully, in the educational ecosystem that we need to develop here in the city of St. Petersburg for a lot of our students that are graduating, as well as those that would love to come to beautiful St. Petersburg to get that college degree and that opportunity. But I just wanted to thank him for coming and to welcome him for today's presentation. And I really do appreciate all that you're doing with working with Dr. Williams and the others to increase enrollment here in St. Petersburg. Thank you, Chancellor Tadlock.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Dr. Tadlock, I appreciate everything that you do. I do have a couple questions, just and I'm sure there's a lot of questions that are still kind of unanswered about how universities go forward. But can you talk a little bit about enrollment? How's enrollment before and after COVID-19?
This is our third year in a row of a decrease in our enrollment. We knew that would happen when the requirements for admission occurred. We knew there would be a time period. We expected it to be a 2 to 3 year problem that would then turn around. COVID kind of changed that just a bit. So we're down 11% in our head count for this fall versus last fall. If you look at the 3-year total, we're down about 18% over a 3-year time period. There's also been a corresponding decrease in our major transfer institutions. So Hillsborough and St. Pete College both have experienced decreases over that same time period. So some of it is our transfer numbers are down. Some of it is our traditional freshman population is also down because they are not able to get in with that change in the admission requirements until they understand and families understand there's other ways to come besides the old agrarian model of go to school full-time in the fall after picking the beans. We got to change that whole thought process out there about the way you go to school. The other one is nationally, if you look at the demographics nationally, there is a declining student high school population. Florida basically has been flat for the last 3 years. We're not increasing the number of graduates. We've been pretty much flat. So a lot of other states are coming to Florida and cherry picking and recruiting as much as they can to get students from Florida, because we're at least flat, which means we have more high school graduates than they do. I came from Minnesota. They've been a steep demographic decline for the last several years. One county north of us in Bemidji had one live birth 5 years ago in the entire county. Of course, there's more deer than people in the county, but one live birth, they're just not having babies up there. And it's affecting the demographics in that part of the country, and they're looking elsewhere for students to come to their university, and they're offering pretty good packages. We have to compete with that. So if you look in combination at all of that, we expect that we're going to turn this around, climbing into the top 25. USF, of course, will get a lot of recognition, continue to get recognition for that. Being that kind of institution that will have that brand will matter. The preeminent brand matters in Florida. It doesn't matter much outside of Florida, but the top 25 ranking certainly will. And we are part of that. So we expect this will turn. And especially as people go back to school, maybe need to go back to school to reconsider some of the direction in their careers. We just don't know how long that will take. We're in the same world you are. We don't know from month to month how this thing is going to shift.
Okay. Yes, I'm sure it's like a lot of other institutions. There's just a lot of uncertainty on how things go forward. You know, I'm in the airline business. We've got a lot of question marks of, you know, how the industry looks going forward. So can we talk a little bit about research? And I was glad to see the research dollars trending upward. That seems to be, that's very positive. And how can we make that more successful?
That's a great question. What we tried to do, let's say not this last legislative session, but the session before, we had a $3.5 million increase to our base operating budget that was recurring dollars that was allocated to USF Saint Petersburg to help build the infrastructure for faculty research. That was the primary purpose of those dollars, and actually start to bring additional research faculty to this location. About $2 million plus of that was invested in upgrading facilities, labs, and research support for faculty and students on this campus who work with our faculty. When the plan was, of course, then to start hiring additional research faculty to bring here. This year, because of the loss of tuition revenue, it's going to be and the budget situation in the state, that's a little bit problematic. We don't know if we'll be able to hire those research faculty that we anticipated we would 2 years ago. So that's one thing, is we need to bring additional talent to this area with research faculty who are well versed in how to access external opportunities for funding. The research infrastructure we put into place will help our existing faculty, of course. And then we now, of course, being part of One USF, we have much stronger, and I have to say it quietly because they believe they supported us all along, but we have, I believe, much stronger support from our research division over in Tampa that really steps up to provide seed money for new faculty initiatives that pursue grant and funding opportunities, and to provide them with the support services they need pre and during and post grant so that they can get ongoing support much more than they used to in the past, where we just didn't have the capacity to provide that support ourselves to the extent that we needed. Plus, tenure and promotion expectations have changed. Faculty now are expected to participate to a much higher degree in research than they were in the past, and will be held accountable by their peers for doing that. So I think all of that will continue to result in more opportunities. How the city could be helpful is if you've got some interest in opportunities to bring things to this community that our faculty can get engaged in, to pursue grants and external funding opportunities to bring it here, you just let me know. We'll find the faculty members to send you. They're more than willing to engage in that. They're looking for things that they can do that would be helpful. So you just let me know. We'll get you connected.
Okay. All right, and that's good to know. And we do want to partner with you. Earlier today, we had a meeting of our Legislative Affairs and International Relations Committee, and we're just starting to work on legislative priorities for the next year's session of the Florida Legislature, and we want to partner with you and St. Pete College and Acre College, and just kind of see where your priorities are and where they intersect with the city's priorities. So
that would be great.
Yeah, we want to work with you. Finally, I just wanted to thank you for the PATH program. That's very important to us here in St. Petersburg. I look at some of the, and I listened carefully to the metrics that you talked about when it comes to entrance requirements to the university. And I know I'm not the only one, but if those were the numbers that were required to get into college when I was applying for college, I'd be in a lot of trouble. So I would be looking for an alternative way to get into the university that I wanted to get into. So I'm glad that you all have a program for people like me, you know, that I wasn't a shining star in high school, but I wanted to go to college, and you know, I looked for a lot of different ways to get in. So
I'm with you. I took the Air Force route. Came back and went to college. I would not have gotten in. Same.
Yeah, I did the Air Force route also, but I did that after college. So
I did it before.
Yeah. All right, Dr. Tadlock, I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for your leadership of USF St. Petersburg.
Thank you, and thank to all of you again. I can't say it enough. We belong to you, so you just let me know what you need, what we can do to be helpful. We are your partner, plain and simple. That's who we are.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tadlock.
Thank you.
All right, City Council will go up and we'll take up next D1. Will the clerk please read the title of the ordinance?
D1, proposed ordinance 443-H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, establishing an exemption from a portion of ad valorem taxation for an expansion of an existing business as identified in section 196.012 in parentheses 15 Florida statutes, the city by Jable Inc., providing findings of fact, providing a title, providing the total amount of revenue available to the city from ad valorem type sources for the current fiscal year, the total amount of revenue lost to the city for the current fiscal year by virtue of economic development, ad valorem type exemptions currently in effect, and the estimated revenue lost to the city for the current fiscal year, attributable to exemption for Jable Inc. if the exemption had been granted and the property would have been otherwise subject to taxation, providing for the grant of an exemption for 5 years at 100%, in parentheses, 100% of the assessed value of qualifying improvements to real property and qualifying tangible personal property, not to exceed $100,000 per year, providing for finding that Jable Inc. meets the requirements of Florida statute, section 196.012, in parentheses 15, and expansion of an existing business in the city, providing for continuing performance, providing for applicability, providing for approval of the Jabil Inc. Types Exemption Agreement, and authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Jabil Inc. Types Exemption Agreement and all other documents necessary to effectuate such approval, providing for expiration and providing an effective date. The public hearing for this item is August 20th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have Sophia Sorolis in the meeting to answer any questions. This is first reading. What's the pleasure of City Council?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers or emails on this item?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any emails on this item, and we do not have any hands raised.
Okay, thank you. We have no requests to speak. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Foster,
Yes.
Blackman,
Yes.
Gabbard,
Yes.
Montanari,
Yes.
Rice,
Yes.
Dick Sanders,
Yes.
Driscoll,
Yes.
and Wheeler Bowman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously to set the public hearing for August 20th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Sophia. Good seeing you.
Same here.
We'll move on to reports, and we'll take up E3. And Mr. Clerk, is Mr. Davis still in the meeting?
Yes, he is, Mr. Chair. However, he spoke on the item at open forum, so he can't speak on it again. Can only speak on it once.
Okay. All right. Very, very good. Well, I see Carlos Frey is coming into the meeting now.
Hello, thank you.
Good afternoon, Carlos.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. So thank you.
It's great. It's great to see you. And this is a good news item. And I know you've been working very hard on this with the Harbor Isle Neighborhood Association. Jeff Davis spoke at open forum on this item, and I'm glad we're able to make some progress on an important lake within the city limits of St. Petersburg. And I know you have a presentation, and I'll hand over the floor to you.
Thank you. If Mr. Chair, Mr. Clerk, if you'd get to the next slide, please. And so just wanted to, here's the agenda. These kind of represents the slides we'll see, and certainly can get this started without the acknowledgements. And as you heard from Mr. Davis initially, that it has been a team approach, and we appreciate that. So we're going to talk a little bit about the lake issues, of the vendor that we have on board, and then some of the technology we're using out there, the nano bubble generators, the monitoring that's being done by our vendor, just the specific treatment of the blue-green algae or the microcystis, some of the nutrient reduction, and then the new additional, I shouldn't say new, but additional aeration we have out there, and then follow up with a comparison of the water qualities, and then just where we're going in the future, as this is again a work in progress. So if you don't mind, please, Mr. Clerk, next slide. And so I do want to thank very much, as Mr. Davis spoke, that the Homeowners Association is a very active one, and it is really appreciated. They've have requested educational material from us. We provided that, and they've distributed it throughout their community, either through door-to-door or actual events they've had. And we always have plenty more to give them if they want to pass it out. But they've been wonderful, very engaged, and very knowledgeable what's going on. So we appreciate that. They post whatever we submit, the reports that they get from the Solitude Lake Management Group, whatever updates or letters we put out, they post it on our website. And then on July 16th, as Mr. Davis had mentioned, the Homeowners Association had a virtual community meeting that invited the city, myself, and then Solitude Lake Management to really just to give an update on what's been happening and why. Solitude Lake Management did a very good job of not only saying what was done, but the reasons why and what it does during that meeting. So I do want to thank them, Solitude Lake Management, our city's vendors, for the guidance they've given us, and of course the work they've done out there. And another important partner is our Water Resources Department, and Chris Claus and her sensible sprinkling program. She's been promoting that very diligently, and there's been a good participation in the folks, the residents out in this area. And then of course our water conservation efforts that she's always stressing. But the sensible sprinkling program is a free service, if you're not familiar with it, that the city offers. We send a contractor out to inspect the sprinkling systems they have and make recommendations. And oftentimes, what oftentimes is found is one of the main things is there's over irrigation, that they're watering sometimes every day of the week, and that's not needed. And then of course they find broken sprinklers and stuff. And what we found is that there's been very good, once the recommendations have been made, they've been very active in correcting those concerns. So, and then of course the Harbor Isle residents in general, they've been a very good, just reaching out with questions and embracing the best management practices. I do want to thank the Harbor Isle Association. They have a great website that not only posts the stuff I'd mentioned, but they do provide good guidance on some best management practices that the residents can be doing to really help the lake out. And we appreciate that. And then of course, we do thank you, Chair, for everything that you've done in your office for helping to facilitate the meetings and then the communications between the group as well. It's been very beneficial. Next slide, please. And so you see the lake, the picture of it there, what's hidden behind our pictures on my screen here is a sign that we do have posted out there. The sign does warn the neighborhoods that there has been an algae bloom out there, and to avoid the lake when that is occurring. We have a couple signs there that are visible from the road. But the issues with the Harbor Isle Lake, I say it was a previous blue-green algae bloom, and you'll see a picture coming up of why I say previous. We do expect that we'll occasionally see blue-green algae continue to raise its head. We're, in this whole process, we're not looking to get rid of all the algae out in the lake, because the algae is beneficial to the fish and wildlife and a very necessary component of the ecology. It's just that the component or the type of algae that's out there is what we're trying to address. And so the issues deal with the excessive nutrients in the lake, particularly the total nitrogen and total phosphorus. This lake, like other lakes in the city, does experience turnovers. And those turnovers, as we'll talk about, can result in fish kills at times. This lake has, like a lot of the deeper lakes, has a temperature gradient throughout the column, meaning that it's typically cooler at the bottom than is at the top, something you'd expect, but also something that when you get a cold snap or maybe a cool rain that comes in, that colder water being denser will sink and could reverse the lake and turn over. And then with an oxygen gradient, we'll see a chart coming up. These deeper lakes typically have no oxygen on the bottom, so when that inversion happens, it brings that water devoid of oxygen at the top, and that's what stresses out the environment most of the time. So next slide, please. And so just as an orientation, if you're not familiar with what Harbor Isle Lake is, it's on the map up in the upper right-hand corner. That east-west road is 62nd Avenue North, and you go past our treatment plant and go north on 16th Street, northeast up to where it dead ends into Harbor Isle Lake. And it's a very cool subdivision and very unique in that it is a self-contained. That lake in the middle was obviously constructed as part of the whole subdivision, used as borrow for the fill for the areas there. And it's separated by that berm. Just on the other side of the berm is the Riviera Bay, and of course the open waters of Tampa Bay beyond that. So the magenta lines that you see on the aerial photograph are the stormwater systems out there. The squares you see there are typically the catch basins where the water and stormwater enters from the streets or runoff from the road, the lawns and such, and then you see where they end up out into the lake itself too. So I say this area is unique in that it is self-contained, that anything that falls, and only what falls on that on the streets and then on the lawns and runs off goes into that lake. And that means that other lakes throughout the city, there may be long expanses of stormwater pipes that lead into lakes, so there could be contributing areas from other places. This, fortunately for the environment or for this subdivision, it is contained, and they have it gives them a good opportunity to address what's going into the lake. Next slide, please. That lake is a 25-acre lake, and it's about ranges anywhere from 18 to 20 feet deep, and in the shallow areas up to about 8 feet, and of course along the shoreline a little bit shallower. So our vendor, there's Solitude Lake Management. They're selected to assist the city on this. They are a nationwide company with a local presence, and they're good, and they have a scientist, biologist, ecologist, and aquatic resource management professionals on board. And really, due to the size of this lake, again, being 25 acres, it's been beneficial to have a larger company to help us out. They can mobilize a team for each phase of this lake management, as we'll see coming up. Next slide, please. So the first technology we put out there was the nano bubble technology. It's as the first line says, it's kind of a new cutting edge gas transfer mechanism, which is designed to help improve water quality through injection of nanobubbles. Nanobubbles are very fine, micro size or smaller micro size, and they're so small that when they're in the water column, they don't rise to the top. They just stay suspended within the column. Larger bubbles, of course, you'll see some later pictures, they rise at the top. Nanobubbles stay within, and then they disperse throughout the water column. And being small, they have a good opportunity to have an oxygen transfer into the water. So nanobubbles do increase the dissolved oxygen concentration through the direct injection of them. They improve water quality, they help reduce and prevent accumulation of nutrients. As you get these the oxygen spread throughout the column, it'll help reduce the muck and sludge by promoting beneficial bacterial communities on the bottom. And then over time, it can help reduce the potentially toxic producing algae blooms, that blue-green algae. So we'll talk a little bit more about nanobubbles, but it's a technology that was very beneficial in getting oxygen up into the upper column of the water there. It was taking its time, but was making its way down to the bottom. So get the next slide, please. This is the Solitude Lake Management. They collect water quality on a monthly basis. This represents data collection from March, as you see up in the left upper right-hand corner. March of this year. This was right after a treatment of the algae that we'll talk about on the next slide. But you'll see, in particular, if you look at those, in the middle there, the three bar graphs, you see the dark green and the light green, and then within each graph is a red line. The red line means an action level, and then the blue line means it's something desirable. So those three, in particular, the two we'll talk about are the total phosphorus and the total nitrogen. The first two bar graphs, you can see they are, particularly at the bottom, well above the levels that we would like them to be. And those are really what's driving what's going on out in the lake. You'll see under that, the TN, the total nitrogen, the TP, total phosphorus ratio. It's listed in that green box as being 8.7. And just to the right of that, Solitude Lake Management explains that it's desirable to have that, when you have a ratio that's less than 75, the chances are, because again, you always have algae, but the chances are when it's below 75, that those conditions are more favorable for blue-green algae. The cyanobacteria is another name for it. The blue-green algae blooms versus a more desirable. So that's what we're going to try to approach, and you'll see that in the next couple of slides, that ratio. But just under that is the trophic state of the lake. The trophic state is just a measurement of a kind of a comparison of the total nitrogen, total phosphorus, and the chlorophyll levels. The chlorophyll A levels are just indicative of the amount of algae at the time. And so that ratio, or that index at the time of this sample was 101. And looking at that chart next to it, we're getting well onto the red side there, meaning that lake is in the eutrophic or hypereutrophic stage. And then that just simply means it's a very productive lake. It can generate, it's not that balanced lake that we'd like to see, more towards a mesotrophic state. The bottom two graphs on the bottom, again, the dissolved oxygen is the first. You'll see a red line vertical there. That's the Solitude's goal in trying to keep the dissolved oxygen levels to the right of that line. And you'll see that is the case in the first 5 to 6 feet. And that is the depth of the lake in the left column there. So we got good oxygen levels, but then it quickly fades away at about 6 feet to 0. And then the next graph is a temperature gradient I'd mentioned, 75 degrees at the top and more about 67 or something at the bottom. So there is a gradient there, which really prohibits this natural mixing of water. Next slide, please. And here's a good picture of the lake in February. And this is the algae bloom and the blue-green algae bloom that the residents and everybody were rightfully concerned about. You do get the algae kind of piling up in some of these lobes with the winds blowing, the prevailing winds, but this is a microcystis, a type of blue-green algae that does produce toxins. And what we're trying to reduce and eliminate here. A typical method for controlling algae is a copper-based algicide, but since we are adjacent to the bay, chose not to do that, but peroxide treatment was very beneficial. And that was performed in March of 20. You'll see the product choice is called Green Clean 5.0. It's something that's been approved for using in drinking water reservoirs to control algae. And the byproducts of a peroxide treatment in this case here is just water and oxygen. And of course, that oxygen byproduct is good for the water column. As that's applied as a liquid to the surface of the lake there, the algae within a week turned brown and basically disappeared. You see in that next slide, or I'm sorry, the picture there that what the lake looked like a month later. So it was very good. It obviously took care of the problem. And we were fortunate in looking at the data that when algae dies back, it has a chance of using up the oxygen in the water as it decays. And we didn't see that, fortunately. And next slide, please. And so with that is basically the problem is the blue-green algae, but the potential source of that, again, as we talked, is the nutrients. And it was both excessive nitrogen and excessive phosphorus. And that total nitrogen total phosphorus ratio we talked about with the high excessive phosphorus, it does create an imbalance in that ecosystem. And it goes back to having that lower ratio. So it shifts the types of algae that prefer to use that from the beneficial to the undesirable or the blue-green. And so by mitigating the phosphorus, we can help shift that ratio to closer to above 75 and promote more beneficial algae. To do that, in this case here, aluminum sulfate, alum is the name for it, was applied to mitigate the phosphorus levels. The city, is used throughout Florida as a way for a stormwater treatment. In the city, we have 7 alum stations currently that we operate that apply alum to stormwater and help clear stormwater as it gets discharged either to Lake Maggiore or to Mirror Lake or Booker Lake. We have those stations. So the alum you can see the boats here. The Solitude Lake Management had a small armada out there. So it was wonderful to see, and why it was good to have a big company. They're able to get this done in a day and a half. So again, being a 25-acre lake, they fill it up with their tanks up, and then they disperse it out over the surface, and the motors going back and forth help mix up the lake. And just on the right there, you can see just a comparison of phosphorus levels before the alum treatment and afterwards, and you can see a significant decrease, particularly in the bottom of that total phosphorus, into a very good range after the alum application. Next slide, please. And so again, I mentioned to you the nano bubbles are putting the very fine bubbles within a water column that stays there and migrates throughout the water column. It was making its way down, but really to enhance that and get that oxygen to the bottom faster, Solitude Lake Management put in a bottom diffused aeration system. The top picture there is a picture of the diffusers that sit on the bottom of the lake, and then they're connected. You can see in the map there, there's 14 of them out there at the different lobes, and within the middle there, they're connected by hoses to compressors on the shore, which pump air through. The bubbles you see coming up from the dispensers, or the heads there, the bubbles in this case are rising. I mentioned to you the nano bubbles stay within the column. These are large enough, they rise to the top, and they create a circular circulation pattern, a vertical circulation pattern. As they rise, they pull the water up from the bottom, and then that water from the bottom goes up, the water from the top goes down. So it creates this vertical mixing. And what it does is it helps to to get those nanobubbles throughout the entire column, but it also helps to eliminate that stratification we talked about for the temperature and increases the dissolved oxygen at the bottom. And just under there, you see it helps reduce foul odors. When there's no oxygen on the bottom, bacteria at the bottom is still decaying the organic sediments, but they do it anaerobically, or in the absence of oxygen, they produce a hydrogen sulfide gas, which can get stuck at the bottom and then get released when you start up these systems like this aeration system, which brings it up. So then that hydrogen sulfide gas, you're all probably familiar with the rotten egg smell. That is the odor that hydrogen sulfide gas puts out. So they started the system up slowly, and while there were some reports of detection, they were able to minimize that, and now the system is working full 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And next slide, please. Am I getting to the next slide there, please? Okay, thank you. So these are just looking out at the berm there, I mentioned to you the systems that are out there. The first two or first three, I'm sorry, the green ones are the nanobubble generators. There's one other one at the entrance as well too. So we have 4 of those going into the lake. These are just, if I may go back to the other one, the systems there again, I apologize. But the other 2 boxes in the back were the white compressors that do supply the compressed air to the bottom diffusers. And so that's just what we see out in the field. The piping, of course, goes into water and under the water as well too. So thank you for them. If I may have the next slide, please. Thank you for going back. We just want to talk about the water quality here. This data here represents a comparison of the data we saw before compared to the data that we had, like I mentioned to you, the Solitude Lake Management collects data monthly. This is their July data. You'll see on there that the total nitrogen, total phosphorus ratio before the very low 8.7 has moved up to 41. It's much closer to that 75 they'd like to see it at, which means it's getting closer to be more favorable to the more desirable algae versus the cyanobacteria types. Trophic states, it's a good indication. Again, that's where it is. The number indicates just the level the lake is in terms of productivity. The higher the productivity, more eutrophic it gets. And so the trophic state index went from that 101 down to 78. So it's fallen within this yellow part of the graph that you see in that eutrophic area. And this is very normal or not, for lakes within Florida to have a trophic state index number in the 60s or 70s. Our goal would, of course, be to get down to 60. And for example, Lake Maggiore, we have a goal of 60 on that one as well too. But the 2 graphs on the right side, and I apologize, the titles didn't move over with me as I pasted them on there. The top one is that oxygen, and you'll see that the red line is a 4. The oxygen levels as the lake is all getting mixed up have decreased some, but that's okay. But what you see also is that oxygen now is getting down to the bottom, that we start seeing the oxygen pick up at the lower depths. And then that final graph there is the temperature gradient. You see I think it's covered by my slide there, but warm 87, high 80s, all the way down through the water column. It's definitely a warm water body, and that's indicative of the summertime season. And in particular, the rain has been sporadic. Cool rains will help cool down the lakes, but when in absence of that, the hot sun, of course, will heat it right up. So next slide, please. And really just going forward, it is, as Mr. Davis had mentioned, we're into a management stage of this lake here. We're going to continue with Solitude Lake Management, at least for another year of the contract, and they make recommendations along the way. And I put in here, if they make the recommendations, they'll be considered. What I really want to say is they will be implemented. We do have a budget line item in this year's fiscal year budget, and of course we can't promise that money's available until you all approve it. So we'd like to be able to say we will be implementing them, their strategies, and we expect really to maybe potentially to do another green clean application over the next month here, and to really continue with water resources sensible sprinkling program and providing education. And the last one here, I just want to point out, and I apologize to our environmental firm, our the firm we contract with is GPI, a very, very good environmental firm. They have subcontracted with Janicki Environmental, a local Hillsborough, Pinellas, a firm. And they've been monitoring the lake additionally besides Solitude Lake Management. We want to get them and to take a look at it more of a scientific approach to it, looking at both, the ecology of the lake and looking at some longer term actions that need to be taken and not just these, interim steps of getting this water into compliance. So we want to get that. Ultimately, I hear from the residents, the goal would be that we have a full-time connection of this lake to the bay and keep it that brings in a whole different fish population and all that. And that is a goal long-term. And we definitely, we need to approach it from a science standpoint too. So I believe that's the last slide. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for your help there. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Carlos, for the presentation. I've got some comments and questions at the end, but now I'll recognize Councilmember Rice.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Carlos. You're always a trusted voice on these issues. When you look at a map of the neighborhood, you can really appreciate how almost everything that goes on the lawn will kind of run off into this closed lake. And I'm glad we're doing this. I mean, that algae bloom certainly looked like that would compromise a basic quality of life living there. I imagine we have a few other lakes throughout the city that will benefit from lake bottom aeration and nanobubble generation. But my question is, has the neighborhood come forward with like maybe a voluntary program to cut back on fertilizer use, which would make the program we've invested in even more successful if we're not constantly combating the chemicals that contribute to the nitrogen and phosphorus in the first place?
Great question, Council Member. I appreciate that. And yes, so I had mentioned to you that the Homeowners Association has a very good webpage which promotes these best management practices, including limiting the use of fertilizers. We've had a study, or I should say that Tampa Bay Estuary Program had a study done by Janicki Environmental that looked at reclaimed water use throughout Tampa Bay and then made recommendations on how much fertilizers you actually needed to apply to your lawn if you use reclaimed water. And that report concluded that with our reclaimed water that we have, that as you suggest, Council Member, that there is no need for additional fertilization. And so that's been shared with the Homeowners Association. They've been really strong in promoting those educations, and we've let them know about the certification program that any landscape company needs to have before they can be doing work on your yards. They've been aware of that as well. So they've been very active, yes, and I do appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice. Mr. Clerk, do we have any members of the public that want to speak on this subject?
Mr. Chair, there are two individuals. Mr. Davis has spoken on this item already during open forum. Kristen Triplett wants to speak on the item as well. Ms. Triplett, once you've brought into the meeting space, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Triplett?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to address City Council. Please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong meeting. I'm very sorry.
No more speakers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I wanted to just circle back and thank Mr. Davis for speaking. And First of all, I wanted to thank Carlos for your leadership on this. This has been a very complex problem to deal with this lake issue, and Carlos has been kind of the hub of the wheel with a lot of people helping out. The Harbor Isle Neighborhood Association has been just fantastic, strong leadership, and we had a meeting that was very well attended. That just some great questions were asked. People wanted to help and solve the problem with this algae bloom in the lake. John acknowledged some of the other city staff, but I did want to thank Chris Claus, John Palanchar, Rajesh Preman, also for the work that they've done on helping on this issue. And then Solitude Lake Management, thank you for helping. I know there's probably going to be more work that we need to do on this, but this is a statewide problem here in Florida. We've got lakes all over the state that have algae blooms, and they're just very complex environmental problems that need to be solved. And as you can see with Carlos's presentation, it's not simple. It's complex. It didn't happen overnight, and it's not going to get solved overnight. But we've made some very good progress with this lake, and I wanted to publicly thank everybody that's been involved for making this happen. Carlos, thanks again for the great presentation, and it's good to see you. I know you and Sophia have gone through some very difficult times here recently. So thank you for all that you do for the city. Thank you for your help with this important body of water in the city of St. Petersburg.
Yes, sir. Thank you too.
Thank you. Seeing that there's no other request to speak, we'll move on to our next report, and it's an update on Tampa Bay Water. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you, Chair. So just to go over a few basics, since we have two first-year council members that may not be entirely familiar with Tampa Bay Water, and it never hurts for the rest of us to be reminded. But Tampa Bay Water is essentially the agency by which St. Pete gets all of our drinking water. Tampa Bay Water is an alliance that was formed in 1998 between 6 member governments. It was formed at the time to address what was back then was called the region's water wars. So it involves the counties of Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, and the cities of St. Petersburg, Newport Richey, and Tampa.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councilmember Rice.
Sure.
I'm not seeing a quorum at the moment. Okay, there we go. Okay, you're good to go now. Thank you.
Okay. The more significant of the founding provisions of the agency are one, with limited exceptions, all member governments shall relinquish to Tampa Bay Water individual rights to develop drinking water supplies. And Tampa Bay Water shall be the sole and exclusive wholesale drinking water supplier for all member governments. 2, Tampa Bay Water shall have the absolute and unequivocal obligation to meet wholesale drinking water needs of the member governments. Thirdly, Tampa Bay Water shall acquire all regionally significant water supply facilities and tangible assets owned by the member governments at an agreed value. And lastly, Tampa Bay Water shall charge a uniform per gallon wholesale rate to member governments for the wholesale supply of drinking water. Recently, we have started on a number of workshops to address some ongoing issues. We held the first of 3 facilitated workshops just recently. And at this workshop, the board was reminded that Tampa Bay Water's creation 20 years ago was certainly not without its obstacles and political challenges and a lot of wrangling. But at the same time, this group of 18 people from throughout the region agreed to come together to do what was best for the region because we're talking about water, it's a human need. 18 public officials from all member governments, put aside their own political self-interest and agreed to act as one in the creation of this regional utility. These workshops came about because of protracted difficulties the board has experienced the last 2 years. I'm not going to go into the details of that right now, but the conflicts were time-consuming and distracting, and they brought the board to a point where we needed to take a step back, reassess, get refocused, and remind ourselves of the purpose of the agency and our commitments. The problems also implied foundational issues with governance and staff leadership roles. Our next 2 workshops will take place in October and December of this year. We're going to aim to get to the root of a lot of these issues. These will be difficult decisions and discussions. We're basically, the interlocal agreement was created with a 40-year time period. So right now we're a little bit more than halfway. We're 22 years into a 40-year agreement. It's apparent that at least 2 of the member governments want different terms. It would be complicated and I believe unfortunate to see any of the member governments leave the agreement. Hopefully it won't come to that, but we do have a lot of important and difficult work ahead of us this year. Some other issues that will be coming down the road, proposed water quality plans to change from chloramine to chlorine treatment will come to us, I believe, sometime in the next year. Our council will discuss any such proposal well in advance, and we will vote for that recommendation as a body. As these discussions and decisions take place, I will keep you fully informed in advance. I want to thank you and thank the mayor. I do enjoy the assignment of being the board rep on Tampa Bay Water. It's a lot of work and we've got to kind of have sharp elbows sometimes, but it's an important regional utility. And it's important to participate, looking out for regional interests while also protecting St. Petersburg. Assistant Attorney Jane Wallace has simply been a most valuable player on these issues and support to me and support to this board. Also, my legislative aide, Janie Ullman, has certainly really stepped up to the plate on understanding these complex issues. So I do encourage my colleagues who want to dig in more to this or who have any questions about water supply issues, please consider Jane Wallace and Janie Ullman as excellent resources. And with that, I move to receive and file the Tampa Bay Water Report unless I have any questions for my colleagues.
Second.
Councilmember. Do you want to put that in the form of a motion, Councilmember Rice?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I did. I move to receive and file this report.
Excellent, thank you.
Second.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, I just wanted to thank you, Councilmember Rice, for your work on Tampa Bay Water. I know it's a heavy lift. It's a complicated issue. It's got a long history, and thank you for kind of giving us an update on where we are with Tampa Bay Water. It's a it's something that's so vitally important to us, not just here in St. Petersburg, but for the whole region. And thankful that we have you representing us on such an important board. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please call the roll?
Foster,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. This is Jackie. I do see a hand raised. I'm not under the attendees. I'm not sure if that's from the prior, still from the prior item. I just wanted to make you aware of that if you didn't see it.
Jackie,
Yeah,
that's the speaker who wanted to speak on a different item. She raised her hand again. So it's the same person.
I know it was the same person. I just wanted to see if she was wanting to speak on this item as well, or if that was just a leftover hand from the last item.
We can bring her in, but I believe it may be the same, but we'll bring her in. Ms. Triplett, once you come into the meeting space, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Ms. Triplett? Ms. Triplett?
I'm sorry, it's the wrong meeting. I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry, it's the wrong meeting. Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, are there any other speakers or emails on this item?
No, there are not, Mr. Chair.
And roll call, please.
Foster?
Yes.
Blackman?
Yes.
Gabbard?
Yes.
Montanari?
Yes.
Rice?
Yes.
Dick Sanders?
Yes.
Driscoll?
Yes.
And Wheeler Bowman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on to E5, the PSTA, Vice Chair Driscoll.
Thank you, Chair. We have not had a report on the Pinellas Central Transit Authority in quite some time. So I thought today I'd use this opportunity to hit some highlights because PSTA actually has a lot of successes to celebrate so far this year. Not only are we working through the challenges presented by the pandemic, but we're also able to move forward on some really important initiatives for St. Petersburg and for Pinellas County as a whole. One of the biggest pieces of good news that I have to tell you about today is the bus rapid transit, now known as the Sunrunner, the official name of our very first bus rapid transit system in the Tampa Bay area. In June of 2020, we learned that we were finally and officially allocated the final piece of funding from the federal government. And then just last month, we had a nice event to announce the Sunrunner name, the logo, and the artwork for the stations and vehicles, which was designed by St. Petersburg's own wonderful artist, Chad Mize. The board approved the construction contract to move forward with the construction on the Sunrunner in July. And now the next stop on the Sunrunner tour is our actual ceremony to receive the check from the federal government and break ground on the project. So with that, I'd like to invite all of you to join Councilmember Rice, who also serves on PSTA with me, and myself, along with Congressman Charlie Curtis, on Monday, that's this coming Monday, August 17th, at 10 a.m. at Tropicana Field, right across from FERG, is where we'll be doing the groundbreaking ceremony and be receiving the $21.8 million check from the federal government to get the bus moving. So I hope that you can all join me for that. Secondly, as you know, City Council recently approved, as did the PSCA board, an agreement for a 3-month demonstration for an autonomous vehicle shuttle that will go back and forth on Bayshore from the water, or along the water from the Vinoy Hotel down to the Delhi Museum. So that'll be a 3-month demo that's scheduled to begin on November 15th, right after the rescheduled Grand Prix, and it will go into mid-February. It is operated with electric shuttles. There will be an attendant on board, but the shuttles themselves operate autonomously back and forth, hence the name. It will be a great opportunity for everyone to be able to check this out. It's a demo. You know, try it, see what you think. We can also study it ourselves along with PSPA and, you know, test it out and see how we might be able to apply this in practical ways in the future. PSPA will be working with FDOT to secure additional funding to implement 2 additional autonomous vehicles that will operate as shuttles in Dunedin and Clearwater later on in 2021. Lastly, I just want to touch on a few of the recent grant awards that PSPA has received. Not only were we able to get their Sunrunner Rapid Transit funding, but we were very grateful to receive $40 million allocated by Congress to PSPA back in May as part of the Federal CARES Act. This is very critical funding, you know, especially during the pandemic, to keep our transit system going, especially for those essential workers who rely on the bus to get to their jobs. And this has just been incredibly helpful as other revenue streams are declining. PSPA is also quite grateful for the support of FDOT and District Secretary David Witt for their support of the Sunrunner. Recently, they increased their support by $500,000 so that they could meet the goal for the commitment that they had made earlier for a 25% match on that project. And finally, we were just awarded $1.2 million in competitive bus funds to support our transition to a 100% electric bus fleet. So the funds that we just received will go towards the charging infrastructure and additional electric buses. So that is the latest and greatest from your Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority. If there are no questions, I will make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the PSTA reports. Mr. Clerk, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak, or have we received any emails on this topic?
No, we have not, Mr. Chair, received any emails and no hands are raised to speak on this topic.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Driscoll. Thank you so much for the report. Thank you for your leadership on another very important committee outside of City Council. We appreciate your leadership. We have a motion and a second to receive and file the PSCA report. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Foster,
Yes.
Blackman,
Yes.
Abbott,
Yes.
Montanari,
Yes.
Rice,
Yes.
Dick Sanders,
Yes.
Driscoll,
Yes.
and Wheeler Bowman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Why don't we take a short recess, and before we start our public hearing, why don't we reconvene at 10 minutes after 5? City Council is in a recess.
you.
Derek, if you're there, can you advise who else needs to be in this meeting setting?
I'm sorry, Chan, what was your question?
my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. The sun shines in Saint Pete every day. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamt I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I hung my head and I cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. The sun shines in Saint Pete every day. I'll always love you and make you happy if you will only say the same. But if you leave me to love another, you'll regret it every single day. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. The sun shines in Saint Pete every day.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, I'm just not sure if I'm not sure if you began or not. I just wasn't sure if you realized you were muted, at least for me.
Oh, okay. 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 Ms. Kovalarch, was I muted from the beginning?
I at least, Mr. Chair, haven't heard you speaking.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The following proceedings on today's agenda are quasi-judicial, meaning that the parties will have a chance to present evidence and testimony.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you again. You just need to call the meeting back to order first.
Okay. City Council is back in order. Thank you. The following proceedings on today's agenda are quasi-judicial, meaning that all parties will have a chance to present evidence and testimony to assist City Council in making its decision. Any individual wishing to testify during the quasi-judicial hearing must be sworn in. The clerk will administer the oath to each person who wishes to testify during a quasi-judicial hearing, one by one, before that person's turn to speak. For the quasi-judicial case on today's agenda, a presentation limited to 10 minutes will be made to City Council by a representative of the City Administration. At the completion of the City Administration's presentation, the applicant will have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation. After the applicant has conducted its presentation, the appellant will have up to 10 minutes to make its presentation. If the appellant is different, that is if the appellant is different from the applicant. If the property owner is neither the applicant nor the appellant, then the property owner is entitled to 10 minutes to make its presentation. Finally, the registered opponent, if any, will have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation. During these initial presentations, members of the public will have an opportunity to testify before City Council on matters relevant to the subject matter of the hearing, using any of the three methods set forth at the beginning of my instructions. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes to testify. No pooling of time is allowed. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules of participation apply, including the time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted to the clerk in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. Please be advised that at all times, I, as chair, have the authority and discretion to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only, in the event that the meeting is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum. Public comments submitted to the clerk in writing by email will be read by the clerk during the public portion of the specified proceedings. Public comments must be submitted before the public comment period is closed. The public can participate in these proceedings by providing public comment in the following ways. Send an email to city.clerk@stpete.org with your name, address, and comment prior to or during the public comment portion of these proceedings. If attending a Zoom meeting by computer or other device, use the raise hand button on the Zoom app. And the third way is attending the Zoom meeting by phone only. Enter *9 on your phone to use the raise hand feature. The raise hand feature in the Zoom meeting indicates your desire to speak, but does not allow you to speak immediately. When it's your turn to speak, you will be connected to the meeting in a manner that allows you to participate. This process results in a brief disconnection and reconnection from the meeting that should be expected. At the conclusion of your comments, you will be reconnected to the meeting as a member of the audience. After members of the public have an opportunity to speak, cross-examination will begin. During the cross-examination phase of the proceedings, the registered opposition, if any, the city administration, and then the appellant, followed by the applicant, followed by the property owner if different. They each will have 5 minutes to ask questions of any witnesses who testified during the hearing. Questions should be addressed to the chair. Following the cross-examination, rebuttal and closing statements will begin. During this phase of the proceedings, the registered opposition, if any, the city administration, and then the appellant, followed by the applicant, followed by the property owner if different, will each have 5 minutes to provide a rebuttal and closing statements. After rebuttal and closing statements, the public hearing will be closed and the city council will go into executive session. City council may ask questions of the parties or the public at any time during the proceedings. Finally, please note that at any time during these proceedings, council members may turn off their video feed for short periods of time. At such times, they will continue to hear testimony because the audio feed of the hearing must continue to be audible. If any party has an objection to a city council member briefly turning off their video during the hearing, such objection must be made at the start of the hearing. If the objection is not required herein, it shall be deemed to have been waived. So, why don't we begin by the reading of the title of the ordinance.
Mr. Chair, before we begin, we need to swear staff in, as well as the individuals from the public, the opponent and the applicant in. They're all in the meeting space. I'm going to ask if the Madam Clerk would swear everyone in at this time.
Mr. Clerk, you are a little garbled. I understand you're going to invite people into the meeting. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, we already have the individuals, the applicant, the opponent, and staff in the meeting setting to be sworn in. And once the public hearing portion comes in, we will swear those individuals in one by one as they are entering into the meeting space. So I'm going to ask if Madam Clerk would swear everyone in before the ordinance title is read.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, before you read the ordinance, I just want to inform everybody in the meeting that City Council will be taking a dinner break from 6:40 to 7:20. So I just wanted to get that out on the outset. And let's have the reading of the title of the ordinances, please.
Proposed ordinance 739-L, an ordinance amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, by changing the future land use map designation for Grace Connection Church, located at 635 64th Street South, as follows. A portion of the subject property, approximately 4.33 acres, from I, institutional, to RM, residential medium. A portion of the subject property, approximately 0.21 acres, from I, institutional, to RU, residential urban. And a portion of the subject property, approximately 0.04 acres, from RU, residential urban, to residential medium, RM, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances and provisions thereof, and providing effective dates. Proposed ordinance 773-Z, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, by changing the official zoning map designation for a portion of property, approximately 4.37 acres, located at Grace Connection Church, 635 64th Street South, from NS-1 Neighborhood Suburban to NSM-1 Neighborhood Suburban Multifamily, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances and provide provisions thereof and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll begin with the initial presentation by City Administration. Good afternoon, Mr. Kilborn.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Derek Kilborn, City Manager of the city's Urban Planning and Historic Preservation Division. First, I want to thank Britton Wilson, who helped me research and prepare the planning analysis, Tom Whalen, who prepared our transportation analysis, and also Mike Hernandez, who generated all of our maps. Next slide. This is a private initiated application submitted by the current property owner, Grace Connection Church of Tampa Bay. If approved, the church is planning to sell the subject property to Blue Sky Communities, who develops affordable multifamily housing. They are represented this evening by Don Mastry. There's also a registered opponent, PGSP Neighbors United. They are represented this evening by Larry Galantis. The subject property is located at 635 64th Street South. Adjacent properties to the north, west, and east are in the city of Saint Petersburg and predominantly include single-family houses. Adjacent properties to the south are in unincorporated Pinellas County, which is located west of 64th Street, and the city of Gulfport, which is located east of 64th Street. On February 11th of this year, the city's Community Planning and Preservation Commission conducted a public hearing for this request and voted 1-5, thereby recommending denial. The adopted minutes of their discussion were included in your packet and briefly summarized in your cover memo. Based on our analysis presented in the original CPPC staff report, city staff recommends granting the appeal, thereby overturning the denial, approving the request, and adopting the associated ordinances and transmittal resolution. Next slide. The first map shows the hatched coastal high hazard area and demonstrates the nuance between the official zoning map and the future land use map request. As you know, the city's comprehensive plan does not authorize a future land use map amendment that increases the allowable density within the CHHA. Therefore, the total acreage for each of the two amendments are slightly different. Next slide. Ordinance 773Z proposes to rezone a portion of the subject property from NS1 single family to NSM1 multifamily. Next slide. The existing institutional designation reflects the ownership and use of the property as a church. So Ordinance 739L proposes to change the future land use map category for a portion of the subject property from institutional to RM, from institutional to RU, and from RU to RM. Next slide. In addition to your review, the countywide plan map also requires amendment. If the appeal is granted and you vote to approve the request, the application must then be processed through Ford Pinellas and the Countywide Planning Authority. When the city receives a map amendment request, division staff review the application using the comprehensive plan, goals, objectives, and policies, and we perform a level of service analysis. The level of service analysis is detailed in the report and finds access capacity in each of the potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, and traffic categories. Mass transit is not measured by capacity, and drainage is implemented through review of drainage plans at the time of construction permits. In this instance, there are 23 relevant considerations identified in the city staff report covering 4 major elements of the comprehensive plan. Next slide. During the CPPC public hearing, commissioners expressed their concerns mostly in the context of these 3 policies from the future land use element, and specifically the subject areas of density transitions, maximum building heights, and traffic impacts, including volume and the lack of public transportation. In our analysis, city staff concluded that the property's large size unique configuration, the natural separation of Bear Creek to the north, the physical separation of a 40-foot right-of-way combined with a medium-density mobile home park to the south, and the subject property's frontage to a classified future major street merited a finding of consistency with these elements of the plan. Further, these three policies must also be weighed against other relevant considerations. For example, LU 3.11 calls for more dense residential uses to be located along classified major streets. 64th Street South is a designated future major street. Next slide. Public feedback on this application is generally in the subject areas of neighborhood character, traffic, and infrastructure. Next slide. Keeping those public concerns in mind, I generated this first slide to show a side-by-side comparison of existing and proposed standards. Just going up a little bit, you'll see the yellow highlighted rows. I'd like to focus on two areas of consistent debate and some misinformation in the community, starting with density and then continuing with building height. Next slide. This first slide set shows existing and proposed maximum density. For the subject property, you can see an increase from 7.5 to 21 units per acre. Approximately 2 blocks to the north and east, you can see existing allowable densities at 21 units per acre for multifamily zoning colored in orange and 32 units per acre for the mixed-use commercial zoning colored in blue. Although not labeled because it is outside the city limits, the South Pasadena Mobile Home Park located to the immediate south averages 21 units per acre. Next slide. This next slide shows existing and proposed maximum building height. For the subject property, you can see an increase from 36 feet to 48 and 60 feet. For standard multifamily developments, the maximum building height is 48 feet. However, for qualified workforce housing developments, the maximum building height is 60 feet. Approximately 2 blocks to the north and east, existing maximum building heights range from 42 feet to 60 feet. Also, the city code's large tract plan development option means that even without a rezoning today, a building could be constructed on the subject property up to 75 feet with conditions. Next slide. Earlier, I mentioned LU policy 3.11 relating to future major streets. These maps are taken from the comprehensive plan. 64th Street South is a future major street and classified as a 2-lane undivided collector. Next slide. This aerial photo gives you a better view of the surrounding area. The subject property is highlighted in red. You can see its proximity to the Pinellas Trail, as well as access through signalized intersections at Gulfport Boulevard and First Avenue South. Although 64th Street South is not serviced with a bus route, it should also be noted that PSTA continues to adapt its services to include demand response transportation, providing door-to-door service to people with disabilities, and direct connect services, providing last mile connections through private partners like Uber. Next slide. This photograph shows 64th Street South looking north. The subject property is to the left, and this is in the city of St. Petersburg. Next slide. Turning around, this photograph shows 64th Street looking south. The city of Gulfport is to the left, and unincorporated Pinellas County is to the right. Next slide. This slide just shows the signalized intersection at Gulfport Boulevard where it intersects with 64th Street South. Next slide. This is a picture of the embankment on the subject property, and the next slide is a picture of Bear Creek to give you a sense for what that looks like on site. Recognizing next slide. Recognizing the level of interest in this application, city staff has worked hard to maintain a high level of transparency. We did this by providing custom web links on our public notices and posted signs. which you can see on the next slide. And then Chan, if you would continue to advance, we also created a dedicated section on our planning projects page to share all related information, including meeting materials and links to important sections of the LDRs and comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. Finally, we maintained a database of all emails, and we provided to you a public comment report articulating the details of those findings. Finally, next steps include City Council. If you grant the appeal and approve the request, it will advance to Ford Pinellas and the Countywide Planning Authority. And then finally, I'll close by offering city staff's recommendation one more time that you grant the appeal, adopt the associated ordinances, and adopt the transmittal resolution. Anything I talked about, I can expand on in questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kilborn. We'll hear a presentation from the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Don Mastery. My address is 200 Central Avenue, and I have been sworn in, and I agree with Mr. Kilborn's presentation and the staff report. I represent Grace Connection Church and Blue Sky Communities, and Blue Sky has a contract to purchase this church property from the church. Mr. Kilborn has correctly stated the request, and the main issue is to change the zoning and land use of a site approximately 4.66 acres to permit a multifamily development. The purpose of the amendments is to allow for affordable multifamily residential development. This site and building were developed in 1956 and has been operated as a church since 1956. However, the congregation has been reduced to a point where the church can no longer continue to operate. 3 years ago, the church engaged a real estate broker which specializes in church relocations and sales, but they have not found a buyer. They even explored the possibility of sharing the church with another congregation, but that did not work out. This problem for churches is not unusual. The staff report sets forth 6 examples of churches seeking to redevelop church property. I would point out there's 2 additional ones they didn't list that are under redevelopment projects. That's Christ Methodist and Bridgepoint. Blue Sky would like to develop this site as an affordable multifamily residence for people over age 55. The present zoning of NS1 does not permit multifamily uses, and that's why we are requesting this site be zoned NSM1 and amend its land use to residential medium. NSM1 zoning would permit the site to be redeveloped at 15 units an acre, plus a workforce housing bonus of 6 units per acre, and this would permit a maximum 94 units. Blue Sky proposes to develop an 85 multifamily units for the elderly, and the present NS1 zoning permits a single family density of 7.5 units an acre that would permit a total of 35 single family homes. I would ask the clerk to put up the site plan that I have provided. Although this request is not for the site plan approval, Blue Sky commits to build a 4-story building with the site plan like the proposed plan. The multifamily building is oriented from east to west and is next to the 196-unit mobile home park. The single-family homes to the north and west are separated from the multifamily buildings by tall and thick and heavy trees, the 60-foot wide Bear Creek, green space, retention pond, and parking. On the east, 64th Street separates existing single-family residences from the proposed building. The proposed development plan shows the distance proposed building would be from the existing family homes, and on the north and the west, the distance to the single family homes ranges from 238 feet to 393 feet. And on the east, the distances range from 186 feet to 488 feet. The primary issues are consistency and compatibility of the requested designation with the established surrounding land use and zoning patterns and provisions of adequate public services, including transportation. The information in the applicant's application and on pages 4, 5, and 6 of the staff report shows the requested designation is consistent with several comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and policies. Your staff has listed the comp plan and 23 goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan and has concluded the requested zoning and land uses are consistent with the comp plan. One such policy is policy LU 3.11, which calls for a more dense residential uses, more than 7.5 acres per acre, to be located along designated major streets, and 64th Street is classified as a major street. And on page 4 of the staff report, the staff states there are several multifamily properties in the city which are located on other undivided 2-lane roads which have a less intensive classification than 64th Street has. The staff states on page 4 of the staff report that the established character of the immediate area is a mix of single-family and multifamily development. There's a single-family development to the north and west, which is physically separated by the trees and the 60-foot wide Bear Creek. Single-family development to the east is separated from the church site by 64th Street and Major Street. And to the south is the Pasadena Mobile Home Park, which consists of 9.6 acres and has 196 units and a density of right at 21 units per acre. 800 feet to the northeast at the intersection of Emerson Avenue and 63rd Street is a multifamily development which has the same zoning that we are requesting in SM1. Now, policy LU 3.15 states the land use plan shall provide housing opportunity for a variety of various age, sex, race, and income by providing a diversity of zoning categories with a range of densities and lot requirements. Policy H 3.8 states all residential districts designed by the land use plan and zoning map shall permit development of affordable housing. The LDR set forth certain relevant considerations to be considered on amendments of the future land use plan. Both our application and the staff report at pages 4 through 9 go through all of the relevant considerations, and both conclude the applicable relevant considerations are satisfied by the requested zoning and land use plan changes. Some of the highlights of that section are the proposed multifamily use complies with the comp plan. Staff sets forth 2 pages of goals, objectives, policies, and guidelines which were met by this application. The proposed change will not significantly alter the city's population, a potential increase of 78 persons. And staff points out consolidated lots such as those commonly associated with churches are helping the community address a growing need for more affordable housing. This request will not have a significant impact on the city's adopted levels of service standards for public services and facilities, and I specifically want to speak to traffic. Your staff finds on pages 8 and 9 that 64th Street has excess roadway capacity that is available to accommodate the new trips from this proposal. To change from the existing institutional to residential medium will actually result in 3 fewer PM peak hour trips, and this was based on the countywide rules. In using the Institution of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, the traffic department of the city has estimated the PM peak hour trip generation for a church of 30,000 square feet, like this church, is 15. The estimated PM peak hour trip generation for a 94 multifamily unit is 56. That's an increase of 41 trips or less than 1 trip a minute in the PM peak hour. At the CPPC hearing, Mr. Tom Whalen of the city's transportation department testified the rezoning request would be a minimal traffic impact on 64th Street due to the excess roadway capacity. We also submitted an independent traffic study prepared by Kemley Horn, which concludes the project will generate 38 PM peak hour trips, which is consistent with the city's calculations. And Kemley Horn concludes that 64th Street has adequate capacity for the proposed project, and the project would be less than a 5% impact on the service volume of 64th Street. Now I'd ask the clerk to put up the map that we provided you of the city. And this map that we submitted shows in yellow the single family or yellow areas of the single family and the multifamily. Multifamilies in brown, single families in yellow. This is shown to you to show that throughout this city, multifamily zoning is next to single family zoning. Everybody says and agrees we need affordable housing, but don't put it near me. Here we have a site which is relatively isolated from the single family homes. We have a 60-foot wide creek, trees that are taller than the proposed building, which buffers the site from the single family homes to the north and the west. 64th Street separates the single family homes on the east. And to the south, the site is adjacent to a densely populated mobile home park, which is a higher density than we're seeking. Now, to have affordable housing, you need density, which results in smaller housing that people can afford. It does not accomplish anything for us to say we need affordable housing if we're not willing to take the action to cause it to occur. This is especially true in a city like St. Pete, which is basically built out. Thank you, and I'd answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Mastery. We'll hear from the opponents. You're up next.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. We had a little technical difficulty here. All right, so my name is Larry Galantis, and I reside at 6647 Bougainville Avenue, South in St. Petersburg. City Council members, Chairman Montanari, city staff, good evening. Unusual pandemic circumstances call for unusual business protocols, and so I'd like to welcome you to my kitchen. I don't know if you can see me on video or not, but in any event, I represent PGSP Neighbors United, which was formed in response to the continued zoning and land use proposal for the tract that Grace Connection Church of Tampa Bay currently occupies. If the clerk would please display the first slide. PGSP has accumulated over 600 email subscribers, has delivered to the city roughly 500 postcards signed by residents opposed to the zoning change, and almost 1,500 signatures from our change.org petition opposing the approval of Flume 58 zoning and land use changes. We represent the majority of the opposition to Flume 58 and appreciate the opportunity to voice our concerns. First, we'd like to recognize City Council and staff for its hard work in addressing the city's housing needs and balancing that against the need to preserve the character of the city's established neighborhoods. Balancing multiple interests is a tough job, and we thank you for that. Second, we applaud the CPPC for its decision to uphold the policies set forth in the comprehensive plan and for acknowledging and taking special care to understand the character and composition of our neighborhood and denying the approval of Flume 58. Many refer to the comprehensive plan as the city's constitution for responsible growth management. It establishes the rights for citizens and adjacent local governments to have legal standing in order to challenge plans and amendments. It offers guidelines to prevent inconsistent land use and developments. The spirit of the comprehensive plan manifests itself the very moment you enter a neighborhood and feel its character. Think about your own home for a moment, where you established your roots. Likely you chose the location you did because you fell in love with the character of the neighborhood, the proximity to schools, transportation, shopping, and sense of community. This character is a major influence on why one would or would not establish roots in any one particular neighborhood. It is because of these guidelines within NS1 of the comprehensive plan that residents of the Pasadena Bear Creek neighborhood chose to call this their home. In section 16.20.020.1, it states, suburban neighborhood characteristics include single-use development, horizontally oriented architecture, relatively large lot and frontages, and wide residential streets and buildings that respond to the needs of automobile travel. When the city initiated their own process to purchase the subject property, they had an appraisal done where, in establishing the highest and best use, the appraiser highlighted the following for its determination. The intent of the NS1 classification is to, quote, protect the single-family character of these neighborhoods while permitting rehabilitation, improvement, and redevelopment in keeping with the scale of the neighborhood, end of quote. The appraiser acknowledged, your very own appraiser acknowledged, that the institutional land use designation must be changed to a residential classification. However, he stated, and I quote, the most reasonable, legally allowed use of the site would be single-family residential, end of quote. That is why the city's own appraiser omitted statements suggesting higher density projects as an option. Clearly, because that would conflict with the guidelines set forth by the NS1 zoning. The CPPC cited 3 land use element policies which support the conclusion that this proposal compromises the character, scale, and horizontal orientation of the surrounding neighborhood. The inconsistencies of the proposed changes lie within LU 3.4, 3.6, and 3.8, and gave the CPPC enough pause to overwhelmingly deny the application 1 to 5. As a direct reference, Commissioner Wolf noted that 3.4 requires compatible transition between neighborhoods. 3.6, which projects should weigh very heavily on the established character, and 3.8 to protect existing and future residential uses from incompatible uses. Commissioner Winters took a special interest and used Google Street View to better understand the composition of our neighborhood. She noted her concerns that the area is, and I quote, distinctively single family, low density, and mostly a one-story kind of neighborhood, end of quote. Commissioner Winters and Commissioner Wolf both expressed their concerns that even 3 to 4 stories would be a, quote, stark contrast, end of quote, to the surrounding area. If the clerk would bring up slide number 2 and play it without sound. Is this slide here 2? I think it is. So to support the claim that these zoning and land use amendments do fit the character of the surrounding area, the applicant and the city reference a multifamily dwelling and the South Pasadena mobile home park. The multifamily dwelling was built in 1975. The mobile home park was established in the 1950s. Both were developed prior to the establishment of the comprehensive plan under the Florida Growth Management Act of 1985, where successes and failures from the previous 10 years were addressed. These properties were grandfathered. Madam Clerk, could you switch to slide 3, please? Please note that both referenced developments are no taller than 2 stories. These dwellings should bear no weight in the argument made by the appellant or the city, as they were established prior to the implementation of the Florida Growth Management Act. For further consideration, the proposed zoning change would not only end the life of a church, which has served the community for over 60 years, but housing occupancy on that tract would go from 0 to possibly 1 to 400 residents. How is this in keeping within the scale of the community? Even the Flume 58 report on page 3 of that report states that these zoning changes would establish a, quote, residential land use designation and density higher than the surrounding neighborhood to the north, west, and east, end of quote. With the proposed density bonuses, the possible height of those buildings could be up to 7 stories tall, despite a site plan, but absent a binding agreement limiting the height to 4 stories. Isn't even 4 stories inconsistent with the horizontal orientation as described in the comprehensive plan? Other questions still remain. What about the children and the 15+ school buses that pick up and drop off right in front of the church on 64th Street? Do kids matter? Separately, is a mass transit bus stop going to be added? This would be entirely intrusive to the neighborhood and change the current proposed purpose and usage of 64th Street. Commissioner Rogo, who has a notable background in affordable housing developments, noted that he is concerned with the lack of mass transit available for the subject property. Next, CM10B, as referenced in the Flume 58 report, says the city shall direct the population concentrations away from known coastal high hazard areas. The proposed changes not only do not satisfy the requirement, but it also does not address the emergency services or responses during hurricane events. What is the evacuation plan with the presumed limited transit options? Many of these concerns and questions could have been squelched had the applicant adhered to the strong recommendation outlined in section 16.70.040.1 subparagraph F of the comprehensive plan, which encourages the applicant to engage the surrounding neighborhood. This was the astute foresight from Commissioner Michaels, who emphasized that he would like to see the applicant and developer engage the community more to establish a, quote, consensus proposal, end of quote. City staff has noted that they were unaware of any attempts of public outreach or collaboration by the applicant. PGSP can attest that there have been no such attempts at collaboration or engagement. We ask the City Council heavily weigh the aforementioned inconsistencies with the intent and spirit of the comprehensive plan. We ask the City Council to maintain the relevance, integrity, and value of the CPPC recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galantis, for your presentation. We'll go to the public hearing next. And before we call the first speaker, Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have in line?
Mr. Chair, currently we have 8 hands raised to speak on this item. Make that 10 hands. As I indicated in the outset, that we will swear each one of them in as they come in to speak for their 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I do want to just inform members of the public that wish to speak. You'll be given 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes is going to go very quickly. So keep that in mind. The time constraints will be upheld. So if you have a point or 2 or 3 that you want to get to them early in your remarks. And we want to hear what you have to say on this important issue to our city. So, Mr. Clerk, if you can call in the first speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, the first speaker is L32 Angel. L32 Angel, when you come in, please be prepared to be sworn in and state your name and address for the record. And after you've been sworn in, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello?
Yes, the clerk will swear you in now.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can see me or what, but I can't see me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. I moved to Pinellas County in 1985, And I come before you today because I oppose this zoning change for our neighborhood. The zoning in place is supposed to protect the citizens from situations just like this. If it is the fate of the church to be demolished, the zoning would go back to single family, which even in the city appraisal back in April of 2019 stated, highest and best use would be single family residence. Our neighborhood would welcome this type of new construction to stay within the character of the neighborhood. The mobile home park to the south is not a rental property. It is single family residents who own and not rent and are only here approximately 3 or 4 months out of the year because most of them are Canadians. It is a single family, oh, I already said that. The other property that was listed in the application on Emerson was grandfathered in, and of course, Larry already showed that. So, and I agree with 120% with what Larry said. The citizens of the community are losing trust in our city leaders. On April 23rd of 2019, an informational meeting was held and over 600 neighbors showed up, mainly in opposition of what is going on. The church property sits on 3 different jurisdictional lines: Gulfport, Saint Pete, unincorporated, and at the tip and corner is South Pasadena. The opposition has not changed. The word going around, which was a little more accepting, was the app was turned in to shows basically what the city originally done. Whoops, I'm skipping some stuff. Anyway, the applicant was directed at the prior city meeting, to get in contact with the neighbors, and myself and many others called the applicant with no return phone calls to work with the neighborhood. It's the app that was turned in is basically what the city originally wanted to do in April of 2019. Please leave our zoning alone and allow developers who are willing to build those single family homes on that lot. The church had claimed that they had listed for sale the property, but it was never listed on MLS. It was a direct church seller out of Orlando. And just allow the developers who are willing to build within the current zoning in mind. The spot zoning is unacceptable, and please note, over 1,500 people signed the petition on change.org, and we did present that evidence to the CPPC.
Oh, Carol, your time is
hello?
Up. Your time is up, ma'am. And before you leave, can you state your name and address for the record?
All right. Well, thank you for your time. And my name is Lisa Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. My address is 6630 Bougainvillea Avenue South, which is just north to the church, north of the church.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Carol Pliska, I believe that's how it's pronounced. Carol, once you come into the meeting setting, the clerk will swear you in, and from there, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Carol, do you swear or affirm that the evidence, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Carol, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Carol Pliska, P-L-I-S-G-A. My address is 6174 6th Avenue South.
Thank you. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you. I'd like to say that Larry did an excellent job presenting everything. He highlighted many of the points that all of us have a concern about. One of my major concerns he brought up towards the latter part of his presentation was the lack of respect and consideration for the neighborhood. Considering the CPPC definitely made a recommendation after denying the request that Mr. Mastery and Blue Sky should reach out to the neighborhood. and further discuss our concerns. That was 6 months ago, and there's been absolutely no attempt by Mr. Mastery or Blue Sky. Unfortunately, I see this somewhat as a bellwether for what will happen if this rezoning is approved. Blue Sky will not be considerate of the neighborhood, and they will max out the build to their advantage. The other concern that I have is there is no control mechanism within the rezoning to limit age. So there's no guarantee of a 55 plus elderly as proposed. The same is true for what can be built. It could very well be 6-story. Right now, the property as it is, there is one church building. There are a couple of ancillary buildings. There are absolutely no residents on the property. The proposed zoning could allow up to 94 units and 225 residents. That's a large increase from what is currently there. When we speak of the current zoning being 36 feet, what is there right now is basically the church steeple. That is the only thing that goes up 36 feet. The church itself is a single-story church, as is the rest of the neighborhood. So it's not currently a 3-story residential building. So putting a 4-story, 5-story, 6-story multifamily housing would basically be putting an elephant into a small dog park, in my opinion. The neighborhood is not a concrete jungle. As previously mentioned, there's no bus service on 64th Street. It's a 2-lane undivided street with bike lanes. There is a sign cautioning a hearing impaired child lives in the area. Adding 94 units with potentially 2 cars per unit would definitely increase traffic out of this 4.6 acre tract, because right now there are 0 vehicles. And that's all I have. Hopefully the city council will see our side of it and support what the CPPC had already recommended to vote it down. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker is listed as Joe T. Joe T., when you enter into the space, the clerk will administer the oath to you. And from there, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How you doing?
Swear or affirm that? Okay.
Go ahead and swear.
I'll give the oath.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Joe Thompson, and the address is 6263 Fairfield Avenue South, St. Petersburg.
Thank you. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Okay, how you doing, folks? I do appreciate your time in addressing this matter, and I do appreciate you allowing people to try to connect with you before you made a decision like this, and I'm sure you probably have to. My name, like I said before, is Joe Thompson. I grew up at 6263 Fairfield Avenue South. My mom owns that property there. We moved there in 2000. I was 10 years old. I basically, love this neighborhood. We moved there. My mom was a single mom. She purchased this property on her own. She basically, this was like the Taj Mahal to her, if you could imagine. And the quality of the neighborhood and the quietness and the safety was a huge factor. As most people in the United States in the middle class, as we all know, the majority of their wealth comes from the property they own. That unfortunately is the same for my mom. When I first spoke at the first meeting about this at the church, I referenced a Harvard study about low-income housing in different neighborhoods, and you guys can, feel free to, I wish I was able to show you, the actual study here, but obviously this is just, voice. But it's stated in that study, which if you go back, if you're able to watch that video initially, you'd see where I gave out the exact web address of that. It showed, up to a 6% decrease in property values where these types of high density proposals were made. One of the counties that study was done, was completed in, was Polk County. So it's not too far, from us. And what worries me is, that study was only done over 1 year. So would you look 5 years out, 6 years out, what would those numbers be? The other side of that was crime statistics. There's plenty of studies out there that are you can easily Google search and find, these high density builds can actually increase crime in the neighborhood. And now with the defunding of police and what we've seen even with the Saint Petersburg police starting these programs, that's a worry. My mom is now 71 years old. I don't live near her, and it's a fear of mine. Now, that being said, that's my opinion. I do think, after when this first started, COVID-19 had not happened. Well, it's happened now. And now I think it's up to you, our elected officials to understand that we're living in a different time. We got to see what a pandemic, imagine if I came to you and said, what if a pandemic came through here? I think you would have found that you would have thought I had a tinfoil hat on. Well, now we've seen this. And to see, places like New York, which had the highest death count so far in the United States with their density, I think that these high density proposals and trying to make cities even more dense than they already are, I think is a very bad choice. I mean, if something like this were to happen again, or.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up. Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Marvin Barrett. On Marvin Barrett, once you come into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. And from there, please state your name and address for the record. And you'll be given 3 minutes to address City Council.
Mr. Barrett, do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record, Mr. Barrett.
Marvin Barrett. I live at 6323 7th Avenue South.
Thank you, sir. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Very good. Thanks again to all of you for hearing us. We live 2 blocks. My beautiful wife purchased this house 20 years ago. We now currently raise a 12-year-old, which will be 13 soon. And I still have fear due to the traffic we have now coming across our street. I can only imagine the traffic that will come from this high density housing. I do agree, we do need more housing, and I know it's cliche, but not here. There are plenty other locations. This is a very, very still, calm, relaxed, single family, single story neighborhood. And again, my fear, even now with the traffic I have, I can only imagine high density. Please take into consideration of that and what the gentleman just said a little bit ago about the property value. If this does go through, they're going to take it to the max. They're going to do everything they can to push the limit. We know that. And that's going to push us out. We're not going to stay here. 20 years at this location, we call home. We don't want it disrupted by that. I think we all agree we need more housing, but we're begging you, not here. We love our neighborhood. We love our neighbors. We really need this not to go through. I'll do my best to advocate anywhere else where, to me, it seems suitable. My opinion is my opinion, but that's where I stand on that. And crime, that is true. It does come with it. I hate to say that, but it does. We still have a relatively low crime rate here. And we want to keep that. And I think everybody would agree, that we don't want the crime. We don't want the traffic. We don't want all that. But this is our neighborhood. And it's not our neighborhood for 1 year. It's 20 years. And we know all the neighbors. And we all agree. And some of us can't speak out right now. So I'm speaking for them. please don't let this go through. They're going to push you guys, and they're going to go to the extreme, and it's going to push us out of here. And unfortunately, I don't want to. So please, just do what you can. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, the next excuse me, speaker is Kaylin Bigby. Kaylin, once you come into the meeting setting, the clerk will administer the oath. And from there, please state your name and address from the record. And after that, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Do you swear? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll give the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name and
Thank
address
you.
for the record, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Kaylin Bigby. My address is 901 Hull, Hull Street South,
Saint Petersburg.
Gulfport.
Thank you so much. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you guys. My 2-year-old and 6-year-old are screaming in the other room, so I hope you can't hear them, but I locked myself in the bedroom, so hopefully I come across clearly. But we are raising our boys to be the 4th generation in this neighborhood right now. 3 generations have actually lived in the home I'm living in now. We rent from my mother and father-in-law. They have a rental property in the back. And, you know, I come from 3 generations of poverty. We've been below the poverty line for 3 generations now. I am currently going to school full-time. I'm working. I am volunteering. I'm a mother. I'm a wife. My husband's permanently disabled. He has traumatic brain injury. And so I am hoping to break the cycle of poverty within my family. And so I can understand, and I have great appreciation for people wanting to put affordable housing, you know, put more affordable housing in our city. And I think that's admirable. But I also think that you have to do it in a way that respects the neighbors and respects communities. And if we're not careful, then we can slowly start to see a good diversity of places to live slowly start to disappear. You know, if you want to live in a single family neighborhood with large front yards and minimal traffic and dead end streets, you're going to have to live in a gated community. It won't be affordable anymore because it's slowly starting to disappear. And I don't see anything wrong with living in the city or in a highly dense area. I've lived in places like that before, and they're, you know, everybody wants to live in different places. And I think protecting that diversity is important. But Derek Kilborn and during the CPPC hearing said that traffic would go up from 15 to 56 trips during peak hours. I mean, thank goodness I took liberal arts math, and my math's not that good, but what is that, 300% increase? That's immensely changes the character of a neighborhood. And, you know, I don't think crime comes with people who need affordable housing. And I don't think anybody in our neighborhood is against affordable housing. You know, I could probably benefit from affordable housing myself. The problem here is the density and the height. This goes against the character of the neighborhood. Everybody here are amazing people. I know every neighbor, probably 75% of my neighbors within a 3 or 4 block radius on a first name basis. I know all their kids' names. I know all their pets' names, their dogs' names. You know, I know down the street, or the little girl, 2-year-old Luna, named the male cat Princess, you know, and they got her 4 months ago. So, oh.
Thank you, Ms. Bigby. Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Mitchell Carney. Mitchell Carney, once you come into the meeting setting, the clerk will administer the oath. And after the oath has been administered, please state your name and address for the record. And from there, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Mr. Carney?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
Okay.
you.
My name is Mitchell Carney. I'm a homeowner in the area, the Bear Creek neighborhood area. I live yes.
Can you state your address?
Yes, I live at 1202 63rd Street South. And I actually am kind of agreeing with someone who said earlier, I think it was Kaylin who said she's a 4th generation. I'm a 3rd generation in the same house that I'm in now. I bought that from my parents several years back, and I bought it because I love my neighborhood. I grew up here. I've now had my kids grow up here. I can tell you that I've been spoiled by how wonderful my neighborhood is. I never realized how wonderful it was until actually 2 months ago. We had a new lady move in 2 houses down, and we all went over and met her. We talked to her, and she said to me, she said, you know, I've lived lots of places before that I've never even known one of my neighbors. She said, I've been here 2 days and I've had 6 different families come over and introduce themselves. She said, I've lived in apartments where I'd have people move in and move out, and I never knew who was there. Our neighborhood isn't like that. Our neighborhood has people who want to be here to do the best for the neighborhood. They want their neighborhood to continue to increase, to become a place that continues the charm that it has right now, to continue the character. I heard someone mention the height of the steeple in front of the church. When you look at the cross, I think it's about 40 feet tall, give or take a few. You know what? There's nothing even close to that tall anywhere around. If that building goes up to 50 or 60 feet, you take away skyline, you take away people's view, you take away the sunsets that some of us get to see over the trees, you take away what a lot of us moved here for in the first place. Someone has solar panels on their roof. Now you're shading those part of the day, losing the value that they put into their home that they did again due to continue to build the character and the strength of their neighborhood. You have the CPPC that actually made a recommendation not to move forward with it. And then somehow magically they changed their mind. I'm not sure what happened, but you put those people in position. They were voted by you all, I believe, or appointed by you all because you felt that they were qualified and skilled to make those decisions on our zoning plan. I'm a teacher, but I can tell you that you don't usually put someone in a position that has no business being there. You don't go and talk to the fire marshal and say, you know what, you really aren't making it work. You aren't getting what we want approved. So we're going to put somebody else in there that we know will make the decision for us. And I don't think that's what happened. I'm not sure why they changed their mind, but I can tell you that it was a resounding no, do not move forward with Flume 58. And now it has been brought forward again. Now there's a drawing of what possibly the plan could look like, but that wasn't there before. And who knows what it will really look like, because those are all projected plans. I can tell you it will change the neighborhood. It will change the traffic patterns. It will change what a lot of us love about our neighborhood. Please vote no on Flume 58 and don't allow this to move forward.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Geraldine Coles. Geraldine, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. And from there, please state your name and address for the record. And after that, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Mrs. Cole?
Yes,
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Thank you.
Can you please state your name and address for the record now?
Geraldine Coles, 6211 6th Avenue South.
Saint Petersburg?
Yes.
Thank you. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman and council members. I am the nurse who spoke previously at the last meeting. I believe in affordable housing. It's not needed for me. I have a good paying job and I appreciate my job. But I want to know, where can we get affordable houses? Why are we so focused on this conglomeration of apartment buildings that people need houses? I don't know that we need another 95 apartments. Our neighborhood and its integrity is special. I'm a lifelong resident here. I have lived in lots of areas. Crescent Lake, I don't see anybody putting a affordable housing in Crescent Lake neighborhood. Barclay Estates, nobody's putting a affordable housing complex in Barclay Estates. Snell Island, oh my God, who lives there? Can you imagine affordable housing in Barclay Estates? I want to keep the integrity of this neighborhood. Build houses, build even townhouses. People need housing, I believe in that. But our neighborhood is special. I've only moved here by choice 2 years ago, and now it's going to change. I think zoning guidelines are there for a reason. And that may be to protect us from greedy builders. We don't need a 4-story apartment complex. We do not need it in our neighborhood. And I want us to protect our neighborhood. I want you to help protect our neighborhood. We are passionate about where we live. I'm sure you are all there at the same, where your neighborhood is. And I don't believe that 64th Street is on the expansion radar. It's a neighborhood throughway. Who else is going to use it unless you put in another 400 people? There are so many other options. Kmart just closed. There's another 3 acres over at Kmart. Raytheon, huge neighborhood, can build all kinds of complexes. We want houses, affordable houses in our neighborhood to keep the integrity. Please help us keep our integrity, save our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as Steve. Excuse me. Steve, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk is going to administer the oath. And after that, please state your name and address for the record. And from there, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Steve, can you hear me?
Oops, I can hear you, Kathy.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And thank you, council members. My name is Stephen Colbert. I reside at 359th Lane South.
St. Petersburg, Florida, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you. The opposition to this project has nothing to do with affordable housing and has everything to do with how it would change the character of the surrounding single-story, single-family residential neighborhoods. A multi-story project of this height would directly alter the neighborhood's character and feel and would stick out in complete contrast to its surroundings. The proposed project is the only one of its height in the area. The next closest residential building of this height or greater is Benjamin Towers, which is over 1.5 miles away to the northeast. There are no high-rise buildings of this or greater height, and there is one in South Pasadena, but they are over 1 mile away, and they're in or abut commercial development properties. They are not surrounded by single-story residential properties. Directly to the south of this property is the Patsy McDougal South Pasadena Mobile Home Park. This has been here for actually half a century and is an integrated part of the community. There are no barriers between the proposed project and this mobile home park, and it will be looking right down on all these residences. The mobile home park was the example the attorney for the developer tried to use as a similar high-density residential property. It is apples to oranges, single-story versus multi-story high-rise. The attorney also stated that the trees to the north would buffer that portion of the neighborhood from the structure and seclude it. However, when you actually go and look at the property, you notice that you can see the residences through the tree line. The existing 2-story part of the church is over half the height of the trees, so the proposed project would rise actually above the tree line, as well as look down upon the yards of the residents to the north. It was stated in the zoning meeting that 64th Street is or will be classified as a major roadway. It really makes no sense. It extends only 0.5 mile to the north and ends in the Lake Pasadena residential neighborhood. It extends only 0.3 miles to the south and continues into Pasadena Golf Club and its surrounding residential neighborhood. The property is directly across from 7th Avenue South, the only roadway south of Central and First Avenue that gives complete through access to 58th Street. It also is solely a residential street and would be naive to think that a project of this size would not greatly increase the traffic through this residential area. The opposition is not to an affordable housing project. If the developer changed the plan to reduce the maximum height to 2 stories, then you would most likely not have it anywhere close to this opposition they have now. The opposition is to the height and scope of the project and how it would drastically change the neighborhood. When the CPPC made the 5-1 decision to deny the rezoning, it was stated by many of the members that a project of this size would drastically impact the character of the community. And although the city is all for increasing affordable housing, consideration of how a project would adversely affect the surrounding community must be one of the most important factors in the zoning change that would allow this. They showed great wisdom on their decision. I ask you to please consider how this project would drastically alter these neighborhoods that have been here for over half a century and deny the appeal. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as Mimi Hammondbeck. Mimi Hammondbeck, once you enter to the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. And from there, please state your name and address for the record. And from there, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Ms. Hammondbeck?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me. I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Hammondbeck, please state your name and address for the record.
It's Mimi Hammondbeck at 6338 6th Avenue South in St. Pete.
Thank you so much. You have 3 minutes to address City Council.
All right, most people that have spoken before me have covered a lot already, but I do want to bring attention to the food desert that we live in. Nobody have mentioned anything about the food desert before. We have over a mile to the closest grocery store, which is in South Pasadena. There's nothing else that's considered being a grocery store in our neighborhood. That's something that you really need to take into consideration because of people coming in that might not have transportation. We do not have public transportation. And as many people have said that right now, 64th Street is not on the transit list to be having a transportation. So how are people going to be able to get groceries? We have a convenience store. They do not carry fresh fruits and vegetables. That is considered to be essential for people to have a healthy living style. That's enough about food desert. So please keep that in mind. And another thing that also many people have mentioned, we need affordable housing. I am in the financial industry. To be able to build equity, people need to have their own houses. Renting apartments are spending money and not being able to save any type of money for your own first home or second home. If you have already been in a house and had to move out because of whatever reason. Affordable housing is the only way to use that property correctly. That's how you're building up the people that live in St. Pete. They need to have a house to be proud of, take care of, and feel part of the community. And also being able to get that equity that is so important. You all have your own houses, most likely. You have equity in that. That's making you proud homeowner. You take care of your yard and you take care of your neighbors because they are in the same situation as you. Please deny the application for building a multi-story building on that property. We need single houses that is affordable and that can be very profitable for the right developer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chair, the next speaker, his name is listed as Jeff Williams. Jeff Williams, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. And after that, please state your name and address for the record. And from there, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Mr.
Hello, good
Williams, do you swear or affirm? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And Mr.
Thank
Williams,
you.
please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Good evening, City Council members. This is Jeff Williams. I live at 6227 6th Avenue South here in St. Petersburg.
Thank you, sir. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you. I'm not sure what more I can add that hasn't already been said by my very astute and civically engaged neighbors. But a couple quick points that you've heard from me in the past, and even Larry touched on the fact that the feel of a neighborhood. When I bought my house not quite 2 years ago, before I even saw it, as I came in and started to meander down the streets leading up to my house on 6th Avenue, I mean, I was I was overwhelmed. I was like, this is it. This is the kind of neighborhood. This is where I want to live. And I was, crossing my fingers for the last couple minutes to make sure that, everything would go through the way I would hope it would, so I could live in that neighborhood. Since then, I've put a lot of money into my home. I take a lot of pride in everything I do. I try to do a lot of it myself. There's a lot of sweat equity over those couple of years. And it just seems like this neighborhood's an up and coming, somewhat rejuvenated neighborhood in that, it seems like everybody's doing something these days. And to have something like that through this spot zoning and high density rezoning plopped right in the middle of our neighborhood would be an atrocity in my mind. And, I just think you need to highly reconsider, or in fact, consider what the CPPC already came up to as their opinion in an overwhelming manner. When I was looking at this house, I came by here a few different times during the day because I live on Bear Creek. I live on the other side of the Bear Creek apartments that have been categorized as this, high density zoning. But as Larry easily pointed out, they've been there forever, grandfathered in, and it's a very quiet complex. A lot of working regular people, a diverse group of people, all varying ages, cultures, race, etc. Other than that, the other poor example being the trailer park, as everyone else has said already, they're single family trailers with part-time residents. Horrible, horrible argument. And I think I'll closing in saying that tape measures everywhere were probably offended by Mr. Mastry with his declaration of Bear Creek being 60 feet wide. I live on the creek. It's not 60 feet wide. So pulling that in as a buffer is a little bit ludicrous. So at that distance, thank you for your time, and please vote against this, just as the CPPC did.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Clerk, we're coming up on our 6:40 break. Can you just give us a update of how many more speakers we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 13 more speakers. You have enough time, make that 14 speakers. You have enough time to have one more speaker before the 6:40 break.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at 2 minutes.
The time just changed. You have 2 minutes now. So you have 14 more speakers.
Okay. Why doesn't City Council go ahead and take a recess at this time, and we will resume the public hearing at 7:20. City Council is in recess.
Isn't this the part where like the cool kids say, turn me up in my headphones or something like that? My Sunshine City. Some of us were born here, others came later. But if you live in St. Pete, none can claim greater. Not even top debaters can outweigh of the data. It seems to keep saying that the Berg is a major destination for more than just vacations. We got festive races plus the best libations, and the nightlife is quite tight. You might like to let it all go, or maybe catch a show, or explore a trail, hit the water for a sail. Whatever you choose, you really can't fail. From Dolly to Daddy Cool, there's so much to do, and the restaurants will have you think you're eating for two. Whether a walk on the pier or you came to cheer, St. Pete is a spot you can do that here. Palm trees, cool breeze, I could never leave. My Sunshine City is so heavenly. My Sunshine City. My Sunshine City. My Sunshine City. My Sunshine City. Who doesn't love a big band?
my dear, you know as I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, no, I was not mistaken, 'cause you were right there by my side. You are my sunshine. I'll always love you and always make you happy, and you will always say the same. I'll never leave you to go and love another, 'cause I'd regret it all someday. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You will make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, oh how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. You said you love me, that you will never leave me, that no one else will come between. You'll never leave me to go and love another. I am the woman of your dreams, and you are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You will make me happy when skies are gray. You will never know, dear, oh how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. Oh, 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 oh. When you are with me here in my city, you know that sun shines in Saint Pete every day. Oh, 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 you know that sun shines every day. You know that it shines every day. You know that it shines every day. You know that it shines every day. You know that sun shines every day.
sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. The sun shines in Saint Pete every day. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamt I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I hung my head and I cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. The sun shines in Saint Pete every day. I'll always love you and make you happy if you will only say the same. But if you leave me to love another, you'll regret it every single day. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. The sun shines in Saint Pete every day.
Clerk, can you call the next speaker, please?
Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Mike Robinson. Mr. Robinson, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. And after that, please state your name and address for the record. And from there, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Mr. Robinson, do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, please state your name and address for the record.
R. Michael Robinson, 6420 Bougainville Avenue South, St. Petersburg, 33707.
Thank you, sir. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you. What we have here is what's the best use of the property for the city of St. Petersburg as opposed to the best use of the property for the developers. The best use for the developers is high density, is maxing it out. A couple of things that I want to reemphasize, it's been touched on by others, is that you have, we're comparing this to the trailer park, which is owned by mostly Canadians who are absent minimum of 6 months out of the year, and they do own the property. The second aspect is, as we've had this virus affect us, is that we're building in a residential area bearing a probable hotspot for virus infections. The proposal is for a 4-story building on this property and making other things. I back up to the creek and I'm directly across from there, and it's not 60 feet. And they're going to probably have more impact on the creek by the use of the retention pond there and the seawall that we have there. You're going to have, as this is going back up on the trailer park, you're going to have noise issues, which need to be mitigated. And you got four stories. There is no 4 stories. The church is a single. The church itself is single story. Their school was a 2-story, and that a 4-story is impractical in this situation, should not be allowed in this area. We have the street that goes out here is we do have 2 bike lanes and we have a 2-lane road. Your emergency, this is on the edge of the city, and there is no real city services out this far. It gets there on a regular basis. There's basically 1 street that gets there. In a catastrophic loss, a storm, that very likely the road could be not be able to pass through there. Even comparing the density of the trailer park to this property, that property was put in under the land use plan, was grandfathered in, and probably the county would never allow that to be, if it got destroyed, rebuilt in that fashion. The residents of this area are older residents. They're subject to that possibilities, and it's a very stable community, and there's not that many rental properties. I think, this is not I don't know why they need to, I know why they need to build a.
Mr. Robinson, your time is up. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as Host Halifax Harborside. Once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk is going to administer the oath. After the oath has been administered, please state your name and address for the record. And after that, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, I can hear you.
Right, thank you, sir.
Yes, I can. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is David Anstey. I live at 801 64th Street South in the unincorporated trailer park aforementioned.
Thank you, sir. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
I'd like to just rebut some of the things that have been said about the density of the trailer park. We know at any one time how many units are occupied because we pay per unit for our garbage collection. So we just, and I'm the treasurer who pays that bill. So I see all along what our density is. Right now, we've got 23 units occupied for a density of 2.37 per acre. The most we've had all winter, and that is just January and February, is 125 units, which is 12.88 density. So this, I don't know where this 2.21 is coming from. Empty buildings, I guess you could call that. And the buildings are all one story. We do not allow more than 2 people to occupy them. I would invite anybody to drive through our park to see the pride in which our residents maintain the residence. And we are in the process right now of spending $500 to put in a new office and a pool. The other thing that I'd like to mention is traffic. People use graphs. You can prove anything with a graph. We all know that. When they talked about the traffic, they talked about the average amount of traffic created by a church, a certain number of square feet. If that church created the traffic that these folks said, it would never, ever have to sell. It would be standing room only. I don't think either group has ever done any comprehensive study of exactly how much traffic that particular church created, because I would swear dollars to donuts that this proposed park, this proposed development is going to greatly increase the traffic on that road. I've been a resident there since the last 28 years. Love the city, love my neighborhood, great place to hide away from the snow, and would really appreciate the pride that the council obviously has in St. Petersburg, if they would appreciate the fact that we have a lot of pride in our neighborhood and we would like to keep it the way it is. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is identified as David. David, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After that, please state your name and address for the record, and from there you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
David, can you hear me? David, can you hear me?
David, please unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll give the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is David Kelly. I live at 6711 Bougainvillea Avenue South, St. Petersburg.
Thank you, sir. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
All right, first I'd like to say thank you for all you and the time that you spend on this. We do appreciate it, even though sometimes it feels like it's, unappreciated. It is not. The first thing I wanted to address was 64th being a major roadway in the futures map. I could be wrong. I don't have the documentation, but currently 64th also goes through Gulfport unincorporated. So I don't know how you change that road to a major road without incorporating those 2 communities as well to change that road. So it being on the futures map doesn't really make sense. Also that PGSP Neighbors United spoke first for us. And I'd like to say that by the postcards and the signatures on change.org that they collected, that they represent the majority of the neighbors. And if you look at the numbers of 1,500 plus, signatures on that. It's not just the neighbors, it's the community. It's people all through St. Pete that are all in agreement of spot zoning being unacceptable. We all see a need. We understand the need for affordable housing. But there also has to be consideration for the people who have purchased their properties and where they purchased them, the traffic and so forth. Also, it's unfortunate that the COVID-19 happened during this time, because as you remember back in the earlier meetings when the city was trying to buy the property, we had a packed house. We had hundreds of people in the city council meetings. It's a little harder for some of those people to get on the computer and to log in, so it doesn't show a good representation of the people that are behind us and that stand against this. I also ask that you take in consideration what Mr. Mastery said himself. This is supposed to be a retirement proposed facility, 55 plus, but they're still applying for bonus housing for the workforce housing. Well, those don't go hand in hand. It's either workforce housing or it's 55 and over retirement housing. You shouldn't be allowed to apply for bonus housing under workforce if that's not where you're building. Yet we know from his last experience that you can't designate what it's going to be built and what size and how many people are going to be there. You can just submit a proposal. And then once the zoning is changed, they can build whatever they want. If he says 4 stories now, it can be 7 stories later, as long as the zoning allows that. He can't be locked into exactly how big that the property is.
Thank you, David. Mr. Chair, this next speaker is listed as the same as the registered opponent. I just want to confirm that Chelsea Fairbank is still in the meeting setting, because the individual that is next up is the same person. So Chelsea, if that's in the meeting setting, can you unmute yourself and speak? I just want to confirm if that's you twice. Chelsea Fairbank. I need to get some confirmation from legal, because if this is the same person and the other registered opponent, are they allotted 3 minutes to talk? Or since they gave Mr. Delantis the opportunity to speak for them, can we bring them in for 3 minutes?
I don't believe that Ms. Fairbank has spoken yet. So in other instances, and like at the commission level, I think that she would still have for 3 minutes during the public comment period here.
Okay, thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Ms. Fairbank, can you hear me?
Wait, I need to hear it actually. That's my audio.
They're asking if you can hear.
Yeah, hold on, I'm sorry. Technical difficulties here.
Oh.
Are you logged in twice, Ms. Fairbank?
I'm sorry, say that again. Oh, God. How about we just come
They
back?
asked if you're logged in twice. If you are, it's giving you.
Yeah, I know, I am.
Okay, I believe you're in the attendees.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can't hear them though. Anyway, I cannot hear them. Can I have your headphones?
Okay.
This is why this is not fun. All right, now I can hear you guys.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that you are logged in twice, because you're showing up as an attendee, but also a panelist.
Yeah, I logged in twice.
Okay.
Because I can't hear on my phone, my computer.
That's understood. You have already been sworn in. However, you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Okay, thank you for your time. I do want to say, similar to what David Kelly said, we really do appreciate the work that city council, city staff does through my research and all this. I could see how much work has been done to address affordable housing. And the only reason why I wanted to say anything is outside of what Larry is saying is I wanted to point out that this virtual hearing is as part of PGSP Neighbors United. I have come to know many of the your constituents here, and many of them are older with limited understanding of the Zoom technology. So we likely aren't hearing from a group of people, which is somewhat discriminatory by nature. We also noticed that the site plan was completed in February 27th, or on February 27th, which was never shared with the neighborhood until today. Maybe we don't have direct rights to have access to this, but my point here is clearly it does not demonstrate any care in the collaboration with the surrounding neighbors. I mean, I think that's really it. I also want to say that there has been a couple of people bringing up crime, and we as the opponent don't accept the notion that there is any attachment between crime and affordable housing. But that's really all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is Joyce Skanes. Joyce, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is done, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, so help me God. My name is
Thank
Joyce.
you.
Sorry. My name is Joyce Gaines, and we own unit number 19 at 801 64th Street South in the South Pasadena Mobile Home Park.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to address city council.
Thank you. I'll start by saying that I agree with all the opposing arguments presented thus far, so I won't waste my time or my 3 minutes reiterating the same. The applicant in his presentation stated that there are buffers to the proposed development on the west and north side by trees, and I believe he said to the east by 64th Street South. However, there is no buffer to the south, which is the adjacent South Pasadena Mobile Home Park. In this park, we are all single family, single story units, limited to 2 persons per home. Our home in particular is situated on First Street, which is directly adjacent to the proposed building. This building will loom over us and take away every bit of privacy that we are entitled to. We will feel as though we are living in a fishbowl. The building seems to be too close, and a 6-level story building would be far too high, overtowering a small mobile home park. Although we are outside the city limits, I am asking that city council respect your neighbors to the south and please vote no to the proposed land use changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as Charlie. Charlie, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. And from there, please state your name and address for the record. And after that, you will have 3 minutes to address city council. Charlie, if you'd unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
I can. I'll give you
Okay.
the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, now I'm not a very good public speaker, but anyways, I live at, go ahead. Yeah, I live at 6308 7th Avenue South and about 5 houses down from this project. I've been in my house for about 18 years and the rest of the time in St. Pete for a total of 45 years. I work for the city as a golf pro and I split time between Twin Brooks and Mangrove Bay for about 25 years. I was an 82 graduate of Saint Pete Catholic, and even though I've been away from the city for 14 years, I still recognize some of the last names of the council members from 30 to 40 years ago. Please no disrespect on using your last names, but Montanari from the police and soccer, Driscoll from St. Pete Catholic, and of course, Mayor Foster from Northeast High School. To my point though, 7th Avenue South has no stop signs, and this was not the part of the study. About 7th Avenue South, it will be a main cut through from 64th Street to 58th Street. I have 2 golden retrievers and know already I can't walk them around 8 a.m. or 4 p.m. during that rush hour to traffic and vehicles parked on the street, due to traffic and vehicles parked on the street. 64th has a sidewalk, but is a busier road. I remember when the pandemic hit, thinking the only bright spot was it was quiet like it used to be 18 years ago. The way the project is placed affects your Gulfport neighbors, South Pasadena neighbors, and unincorporated area as well. And we are your neighbors. I finally been fortunate to be in a position to make improvements to my house and want to retire here. The timing of this hearing kind of baffles me. Mayors come and go, council members come and go, and this in all due respect, the planning committee knows the difference between right and wrong. I do too. Please, council members, please follow the right path. This is really hard for me to get up and talk in front of a well-respected group like yourselves. So thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Mr. Chair, the next speaker just has their phone number listed. I'm going to just indicate the last 4 letters of the phone number, 5882. Once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk is going to administer the oath. And after the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record. And from there, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Last 4 numbers of the phone number, 5882. Please unmute yourself by pressing *9 or *6, I'm sorry.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can. I'll give you the oath and then you'll get an opportunity to address council.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And ma'am,
my name is Michelle Lancaster, and I reside at 680 65th Street South, St. Petersburg. I purchased my home 18 years ago from my family because it was and still is a great area to live in. My family owned and resided on the property for 22 years prior to my purchasing the property. This neighborhood is a quiet, little-known diamond in the rough. I ask that you please deny the appeal for all the reasons previously stated by my neighbors. Please consider that we live in the neighborhood are experiencing due to, what we're experiencing due to this issue. The added stress during these times are severely excessive. I am a semi-retired professional senior. I came out of retirement to treat COVID patients. I have worked hard for my investment in my home, and I would be negligent if I didn't include my concern for my equity and further the problem of water restriction and quality. Please consider where we are coming from and deny this land use change. As previously stated, there are more suitable areas to construct affordable housing. Mr. Mastery may want to encourage his client to research other potential properties. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chair, excuse me, the next speaker, the last four numbers of their telephone number is 0362. 0362. Once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath, and from there, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello.
Hello. I'll give you the oath and then you can address council. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And ma'am, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Hopper. I live at 6065 7th Avenue South, St. Petersburg. And across the street, of course, is Gulfport, as you all know.
Thank you.
I would like to address the fact that the traffic, my neighbor and myself, 7, 8, 9 years ago, fought tooth and nail to get 2 speed humps on this street because the traffic and the speed of the drivers was so incredible. And finally, we got 2 speed humps, but we could honestly use 3 or 4 more. At the time, I begged for a sidewalk. It is the most narrow street. There is no room to walk. You have to walk up on people's grass. If you're walking your dog or if you're just out walking, which now there's so many people walking and bicycle riding because of the COVID. We were not allowed to have a sidewalk because I guess there isn't that much of an easement. When school is in down at Bogosiega High School, there are kids walking to school. Actually, my son went to Bogosiega High School, and he had to walk to school. And as kids will do, they're not walking single file. They're 3 across, and the traffic has to go around them. And it's just a nightmare on this street because it is the first street that goes through from 64th to 58 from Central or First Avenue South. And the traffic is just a bear. Next, I would like to say that we are such a quiet, nice neighborhood. I've been here since 1978, and that is like 42 years, okay? So I have watched other neighborhoods and things that happen in other neighborhoods, but ours has not changed so far. The police, maybe I'll see a St. Petersburg policeman every 3 days go down the street. Gulfport maybe more often, but there's just no crime in this area. It's just a lovely neighborhood. If we're subjected to this high density apartment project, it will add so much more traffic. It will add so much more, and you might not think so, but there will be a certain amount more crime. I am 77. My neighbor next to me is alone, and I am alone. And do we have to?
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as neighbors. Neighbors, if you want to enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After that, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Ezard. I live at 6549 Mango Avenue South.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you. I bought this home as my first home with my husband and our 2 kids now in 2016. I also grew up 1 street over on Date Palm Avenue at 6711. We moved there in the early 90s, and I have the pleasure of living within a few blocks of my parents. We have an incredible community of neighbors that knows everybody by name and their kids' names and their dogs' names, as have been mentioned by others. And it's a tight-knit community. The other concern that I have with bringing in, you know, what would be several hundred or at least a couple hundred people with a 95-unit place of the low-income housing is that there are a few resources for low-income families within that area. They would have to walk through the neighborhood or along Gulfport Boulevard to get to the nearest Winn-Dixie, across Pasadena Avenue to get to Publix and other restaurants. There's a few small convenience stores, but it's not a very accessible place for people who might be needing to walk or ride bicycles. There, as has been mentioned, I support all the other points of all the other speakers, but there's no bus lane along there either. So we have concerns about the traffic levels through our neighborhoods. Also, I live not quite on the creek, but we walk to the bridge a lot with our kids, and we frequently see manatees and manatees with their calves. And I have not seen any people address the habitat effects that this might have on a federally endangered species in its critical nursery grounds, which are right in Bear Creek up to where the water overflow is. Another concern that I have is, you know, just a few years back, we had some major rainfall from our, you know, periodic hurricanes, and the wastewater got released into Clam Bayou and Bear Creek. I apologize, I have my baby and I've had to stay up to speak on this meeting, but that wastewater, we've seen it spill out of the sewers, let alone accessing people if it really did become senior citizens who needed help during storms. People have expressed that. I will also close with the fact to reiterate that I back up and support people who have said this would benefit the developers. Why not put in a couple dozen tiny homes for low-income families that would create something that might have the same character of our community, a community garden? We're not people that don't want other people in our neighborhood. We just want people that care about it. We don't want a multi-story building coming in with people that don't have a dog in the fight as far as caring about the community. If passed, I know there's several families that have kids that weren't able to attend this meeting, and they've said that they would move out. Thank you. Please vote no on this. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, before you call the next speaker, I just noticed Council Member Rice had her hand raised. Council Member Rice, did you have a question at this time?
No, I'm sorry. I will speak later, but not right now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Dima, I also see the hand raised for the registered opponent. Can you give me advice on how to deal with that?
Which one? Chair.
Mr. Galantis.
All right. Mr. Galantis will have to wait until cross-examination before he'll have another opportunity to speak. And that would be only in the form of questions to anybody who's presented testimony this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dima. Mr. Clerk, please call the next speaker.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as Mitch Jr. Mitch, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath has been administered, please, excuse me, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello.
Hi, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mitchell Carney Jr. My address is 1202 63rd Street South.
Thank you. You now have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, my name is Mitchell Carney Jr. My dad spoke earlier tonight. I am 14 years old and ride a bus that picks up in front of that church every morning and afternoon. I believe that increasing the number of people living on that property will become a safety issue with extra traffic for any students in my situation. I plan to start driving in a year and a half, but my younger siblings will still have to ride the bus for a few more years. Please keep them safe and vote no on Flume 58. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as Janice Davis. Janice, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
As I have listened to my neighbors, and I hope you've listened
Ma'am,
to,
before you
yes,
begin, please state your name and address for the record.
sorry, Janice Davis. I live at 6130 10th Avenue South in Gulfport.
Thank you.
As I've listened to my neighbors, the one thing that keeps resonating over and over again is, wow, we are such a diverse bunch. And B, we are impassioned about where we live. And I can only speak about myself and for myself, but I'd like to appeal to you. I am passionate about Gulfport. My house is a 2-story house. When my husband and I decided to move, or thought it was time to move into a 1-story home, we looked in our immediate neighborhood. I live approximately 1 mile east of this property. The home we purchased is approximately 1 mile west of this property. I beg of you, before you vote, if you haven't driven around our neighborhood, please do, because a multi-story high-density building does not fit in. You will see that with one pass. It's obvious. Vote your conscience. I'm appealing with my heart. Vote no. This is wrong. This is the wrong place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as Marie Dial. Marie, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. And after the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address council afterwards.
Hello?
Hi, Mrs. Dow. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Marie Deal. I live at 6101 3rd Avenue South in St. Petersburg. My concern is for the people that would have to live in that building without access to food, transportation, the ability to go to work. I don't understand why we can't have cute little bungalows put in there, maybe Habitat for Humanity, and remove people permanently, most of them, from the need to have affordable housing. They would be more than welcome in the neighborhood. They'd have a support system, and it would be a wonderful place for them to live. And a lot of them don't even dream about owning their own home. I feel very strongly about this. I think it's the right thing to do. I don't understand why we built another bank between Central and First Avenue South when affordable housing, that would have been an ideal place for affordable housing. Thank you very much for your time. Please vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Deal. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is Judith Jewell. Ms. Jewell, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Mr. Chair, I just want to make you aware that Ms. Jewell's version of Zoom is an older version, so instead of just allowing her to talk, I need to promote her to a panelist.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Jewell?
Ms. Jewell, can you hear me? Ms. Jewell, can you hear me?
Ms. Jewell, you may have to unmute yourself.
Mr. Chair, it appears that Ms. Jewell's audio is not connected. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring her out of the meeting space and hopefully she can connect her audio and we can bring her back in before you close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk.
One moment. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's last four on their phone number is 7953. 7953. Once I bring you into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have three minutes to address City Council.
This is Michelle Hughes.
Are you standing near a speaker or do you have another device going at the same time, ma'am?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are you near a computer or another device that has audio going?
I have the computer on and I'm dialed in by the phone, or I guess we're getting too much echo, but I'm ready to take the oath.
If you would mute your computer.
Is that any better?
No, ma'am. Are you able to walk away from your computer?
All right, I'm in another room.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, please administer the oath.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Here's my previously submitted written comment. Blue Sky Communities, LLC, is building multifamily housing on 34th Street South.
Ma'am, before you begin, please state your name and address for the record.
I apologize. Michelle Hughes. We live at 1101 60th Street South in Gulfport.
Thank you.
Blue Sky Communities, LLC, is building multifamily housing on 34th Street South, also known as US 19, in the Skyway Marina District. There will be opportunities for them and other developers to build multifamily housing as part of the redo of the Tropicana District in downtown St. Pete in the very near future. The city needs affordable housing, and appropriately zoned areas already exist for that housing. The Grace Connection Church property, about 4 acres, is not large enough to maximize profit unless you build up. Blue Sky Communities plans to build up 7 stories. Now, we were given 7 stories at previous meetings. I see today they're using 4 stories. At any rate, they're going to need to go up to maximize their investment, which is likely what any developer would do. This small area is in the midst of a long-established residential neighborhood and would require an inappropriate zoning change. And as I listen to my neighbors, I do want to add that we, as you can tell by our address, live on 11th Avenue South, and I can just see it being a conduit between 64th Street to the west and 58th Street to the east, and the traffic will be just awful. So, thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, the next number, last four, the next number is 6086. 6086, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. 6086, please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Dulkin. I reside at 6403 Ronaldo Way South.
David, before you begin, we need to administer the oath.
Okay, administer.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So please state your name.
Okay.
For the record.
Sure. David Dulkin. My address is 6403 Ronaldo Way South, St. Petersburg.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I'm opposed to this measure to tear down a neighborhood church, rezone, change the land use, and then replace it with high-density housing. I would like to thank the CPPC for their support in upholding the comprehensive plan and denying the Flume 58 application. I thought this would have sent a clear message to applicants and perhaps open the lines of communication so that we may come to an agreeable solution. Obviously, that did not happen, so here we are spending time and money to defend a common sense decision. I would like at this point to address specifically Pastor Tim Kelly. I've known the pastor over the last year and a half because of this, proposed settlement. What I want to do is I want to open dialogue and try to come up with something more progressive than just a square or rectangle building next to a mobile home park where everybody says, okay, we checked a couple boxes. We can do better than that. We can come up with a better solution to help people who need affordable housing and provide home ownership, and to provide green space, to provide access to parks. Just putting up a square building with rental units doesn't solve any problem. All it does is keep poor people poor. Let's help people up, give them, housing that they can afford, that they can buy. Jan Wempler from MIT has approached us with ideas where we can accomplish this and actually leave a legacy behind. All we're doing is rubber stamping things. It's not going to help this situation. We are a lot smarter than this. We should be more progressive than this. Lastly, I would like to say that if the city council agrees that we should go more progressive, then I ask them to not decline it, but to kick it back. Kick it back to the developers and say, go back to the community and come up with a solution that's going to end poverty for people, not perpetuate it. And Pastor Kelly, I implore you to look outside the box. A simple rectangle building, with a bunch of homes in it for rental units doesn't solve anything. We are your neighbors. Come talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker, the last four numbers of the number is 6236. 6236, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record. (6236), please unmute yourself now.
Yes, I already spoke.
Thank you.
Too many devices.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next speaker, the last four of their phone number is 8097. 8097. Once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. 8097, please unmute yourself.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can. I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence?
Yes, my husband is the one who would like to speak. He just had mouth surgery and has asked if it would be okay if I read his prepared statement for him so that you can understand.
Let us administer the oath first, ma'am. Then you can read. I'll defer to our legal department about reading the statement.
Okay, thank you. Here he is.
Hello.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Before you
so much.
Before you speak, legal, do you have any concerns about his wife reading the statement?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, please state your husband's name and address for the record, and after that, please, you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you, sir. My husband's name is Robert Bigby, and he lives at 901 Hull Street South, Gulfport.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Okay, let's get right to it. We only have 3 minutes. To go from a church that's barely running only on Sundays, that is next to a mobile home park who only have a few residents 8 months out of the year, to a multi-level apartment complex is a drastic character change. I am for affordable housing, but this isn't about affordable housing. This is about density, neighborhood character, and doing better for the most vulnerable people in our city's population. So let's not politicize this. A vote against this appeal is not a vote against affordable housing. It is a vote for upholding the comprehensive plan. We live in a food desert here, and there is no public transportation anywhere near this location. How are senior citizens going to get to the grocery store or doctor's appointments? I know that the Pinellas Trail was mentioned, but it only operates from dusk till dawn. Is the applicant suggesting that senior citizens ride their bikes miles to the grocery store with their groceries on their handlebars? Also, the comprehensive plan specifically states that you cannot increase density on a coastal high hazard area. This property is partially on a coastal high hazard area, and this is why the color-coded map has been chopped to pieces with 3 different zonings. At the CPPC hearing, city staff member Derek Kilborn said they were only trying to clean up the boundary, but you can make a map look however you want. But in reality, on the ground, you will be putting the most vulnerable people in our city, elderly people who are below the poverty line, in the face of a coastal high hazard area. How will they evacuate? Do you expect them to ride their bicycles up the Pinellas Trail when the hurricane comes? There are many properties in St. Petersburg that are already zoned for and better suited for multifamily housing. In our push to create the much needed affordable housing, let's not forget to do it right. Our most cherished population deserves better from us. Also, the traffic report that was presented by city staff member Derek Kilborn at the CPPC hearing said that according to the Institute of Transportation Engineers and the Transportation Parking Management Office, that traffic would go up from 15 trips to 56 trips during peak hours. That's a substantial change. And yet everyone that received the traffic report recently in the email said that there would be no significant increase in traffic. I believe this is a major change, and I believe traffic is a major part of a neighborhood's character. And thank you for your time. Please vote no.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name that's listed is Anthony Close. Anthony, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello,
Mr. Cole, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Close, please state your name and address for the record.
It is Anthony Close, and I live at 930 Central Avenue. Well, thank you for listening to me today. It looks like I'm the last person. I think the irony here is that we're hearing from a lot of people on this issue who live with this in this community. They talk about how great this community is. It's such a great place with good neighbors, and yet they want to deny affordable housing for people to be able to access and enter this neighborhood. We have an affordable housing crisis throughout our city, and we need to recognize that all of our affordable housing developments cannot just occur downtown. They can't just occur in the Skyway Marina District. They need to be developed throughout the city. And parcels like this offer that opportunity. I think it's also ironic that a lot of people who were talking against this project are also housing secure. As homeowners, they already have a place to live. Tonight, I'm speaking in support of this project on behalf of all of the renters who will potentially live here, who may not have another opportunity to live anywhere else. And I think it's very important that they have access to housing as well, that they have access to housing within this community. And I think this project will offer that. And I think if city staff supports this plan and supports this project, we should be approving it with everything we have. We should not be denying affordable housing projects when they come up if we have an affordable housing crisis in our city. Thanks for listening, and please support this project.
Thank you, Mr. Close. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is listed as Carrie. Carrie, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
I'm here. Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Nelson. I live at 6285 10th Avenue South in Gulfport, and I've lived in this neighborhood for over 15 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm opposed to the change in zoning designation and change to the future land use designation of the subject parcel. This change would substantially change the character of our neighborhood. The parcel is surrounded by single-family homes. The vast majority are one-story. These neighborhoods are quiet with local traffic only on roads that are just wide enough for 2 cars. The majority of these roads do not even have contiguous sidewalks. Also of note, 64th Street is used by many cyclists and runners walkers to access the Pinellas Trail. Pedestrian safety is a big concern even now, just with the traffic we have. The one exception where density is increased is a mobile home park adjacent to the property. But again, they are low profile single-story units. It is a quiet community and very well maintained. With the current zoning on the subject parcel, there could be 35 beautiful single-family homes built that would maintain the character and charm of the neighborhood. Homes would be kept to 35-foot max height and the integrity of our neighborhood would be maintained. I urge you to deny this appeal of spot rezoning. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is Jillian Bandies. Jillian, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello.
Hello. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we have heard so much opposition.
Ma'am, before you begin speaking, please state your name and address for the record.
This is Jillian Bandies. I am chair of YIMBY St. Pete. That is YIMBY. It stands for Yes in My Backyard.
And your address is?
811 9th Avenue South.
Thank you so much. You have 3 minutes to address council.
YIMBY supports housing developments like this one. We support them everywhere. We support them in neighborhoods. We support them in downtown areas. We support them everywhere they can be built. It is ironic that every homeowner that's come up here has told us that they are in favor of affordable housing, while at the same time maintaining that they do not want it in their own neighborhood. That is an impossible contradiction. The only reason they're saying this is because they are afraid of what other types of people will be coming into their neighborhood. People who are just like them. The income levels that are proposed by this project are in the same range as the homeowners who are coming out against this project. Blue Sky Communities has operated astonishingly well-run developments in many locations. They are a nonprofit development. They are not some big, hungry developer that is trying to come in and capitalize on the neighborhood. That couldn't be farther from the truth. You cannot simultaneously explain that you are in favor of maintaining your neighborhood integrity while there is an affordable housing crisis raging in our city that affects every level of our government. I would encourage the council to listen to the people who are not on this phone call. The 1 in 5 Pinellas County residents who are housing poor, not the entrenched neighbors who do not want these other people in their backyard. Income inequality is real, and the only way to alleviate it is to take a stab at fixing the problem, which is what Blue Sky is doing. These are beautiful, well-maintained communities. They're going to enhance this neighborhood. 4 stories is approved by the council's own committee that's trying to evaluate it. And they have a track record of doing this right. There are a lot of constituents in this city who are not on this call because this project does not affect them in terms of a geographic way. But the people who are not on this call, the most important ones, they're the ones who will benefit from this beautiful, well thought out, and yes, economical community. We need more of this. Please vote yes. I'm finished. I don't know if that's.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is Marvin Barrett. Mr. Barrett, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record.
Mr. Barrett,
Yep, I'm there.
do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
And
Guys, I was on earlier and
before you begin, please state your name and address for the record.
Marvin Barrett, 6323 7th Avenue South.
You have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you. I had a little issue. I was on earlier and with, you know, it sounded like she was a spokeswoman for trying to sell this, but
Clerk, this gentleman says he's already spoken. I remember the name. I don't think he can speak again.
You're correct, Mr. Demon. If he's spoken already, he can't speak again. Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is Ashley Graham. Ms. Graham, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record. And after that, you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Ms. Graham? If you would unmute yourself, Ms. Graham.
Okay, I think I did it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, and I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And Ms. Graham, if you would state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Ashley Graham, and I reside at 6655 Emerson Avenue South.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Yes, I implore the City Council to vote against the proposed land use change. Great deference must be given to the existing character of the neighborhood when considering a land use and zoning change. The height of the building does not fit within the character of our neighborhood. Furthermore, the designation of 64th Street as a future major street is really not fitting. All of 64th Street is the length between Gulfport Boulevard to the south to 9th Avenue North in the north. The street is not even continuous. It's divided by a lake at Burlington. There is no way this road is ever going to be a future major street. There are parcels of property within the city of St. Petersburg, which are far better suited to multifamily housing developments, such as the Raytheon property or vacant land in the Gandy area. Please do not vote in favor of the proposed zoning change and uphold the decision of the Community Planning and Preservation Commission. The current future land use designation is institutional to allow the church to remain on the property. If any amendment is made to the future land use, it should stay as NS1, which is the only land use that is consistent with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. If any council member drove through our neighborhood, they would know that a building 4 to 7 feet tall, 4 to 7 stories tall, does not fit in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham.
Yes,
I said thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next number is 5882, and I believe they have already spoken. So I'm going to go to the next speaker, Janet Carney. Janet Carney, once you enter into the meeting space, please state your name. I'm sorry, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record.
Okay,
Mrs. Carney, can you hear me?
yes,
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Thank you.
My name is Janet Carney, and I live at 6231 Fairfield Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida. I've listened to everybody talk about the traffic and things. Well, I'd like to say when I pull out to go on 64th Street from 6th Avenue or 7th Avenue, I usually have to wait because of cars or you can't see. But that's neither here nor there. We're talking about the present traffic. You add all these new housing in there, it's going to even be worse. And I have one other comment to make. At a previous meeting, the city manager or whoever was there promised me you would put new flashers on the Pinellas Trail at 64th Street because people don't use it and they get right up there and they run across the street before it ever lights up. When are they going to, when are we going to get some action on things that were promised to us as much as a year ago? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carney. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's last four on their phone number is 9962. 9962. Once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. (9962), if you would unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello, I'll give you the oath. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And sir, please state your name and address.
Yep, this is Jared Ezzard, and I'm at 6549 Mango Avenue South, which is just right across the less than 60 feet Bear Creek, which is more like 10 feet across in most places. Also, I just wanted to address the statement that this is a nonprofit. I used to work for a nonprofit, and I think not all nonprofits, but a lot of them are for personal gain and hiding behind the name not-for-profit for tax purposes. I mean, that doesn't make it immune from being driven by greed and a slumlord mentality. But I mean, just the other day, I was driving and a poor young girl was walking her bicycle with a bent rim down the sidewalk, and blood running down her head. And I asked her, I was like, "Are you okay? You know, what's going on?" She goes, "I just got hit by a car." And she had to be in shock or something because she just kept walking, and she would not accept a ride home. But that's just with the traffic that we have. I've made a couple calls on even just UPS trucks that go flying by, and the police do a good job around here. It's a pretty heavily patrolled area, but even they have a hard time managing with the amount of traffic. Also, with the less than amazing plumbing system that St. Pete has, I think we all know when in rising sea levels, when we get a big rain, even sometimes water comes up through the drains. I couldn't imagine 95 plus toilets flushing at the same time, and not to mention how much just rubbish and runoff and emissions from cars, just all in this area. There's a lot of wildlife around here, and we want to keep it that way. So please vote no. I think if everybody wants to tug at heartstrings, then of course we need to help people in need. My wife and I used the first-time home buyers program to buy this house, and we would not have probably had the down payment for a house without that program. So that type of program and that type of assistance for people that just need that extra and a hand has greatly benefited me. But I chose to go that route. I chose to have pride in ownership and build something for my family for the future. And when I was renting paycheck to paycheck, it's pretty hard to get ahead. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, there are 4 more speakers. One of the speakers has already spoken, Geraldine Cole, so I'm going to lower their hand. They spoke 7th during this time frame. The next speaker is Pamela Reed. Pamela, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Pamela, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, Mrs. Reed. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. And actually,
Thank you.
yes. And actually, my daughter, my 13-year-old daughter would like to speak. Can you do the oath for her?
Yes, I can.
Her name is Julia.
There.
Her name, yes, she is, and her name is Julia Reed.
Julia Reed, do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if you would state, Julia, if you would state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Julia Reed, and I live at 6510 2nd Avenue South.
Thank you.
And I am 13 years old, and I would like to say the time that I have lived here, which is almost all my life, I have not seen a building being built over more than 3 stories high. And I feel like it would take the charm out of our lovely neighborhood. The church is a bus stop to a lot of kids, and I rely on the bus to take me home after school, as long as most of my friends. The traffic would be so much worse, and I feel like it with the, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. She was really passionate about hearing about the height of the building that was coming to our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker, his name is Kate. I'm sorry, they're no longer there. M. Manny is the next speaker. M. Manny, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. And Mr. Chair, I just want to make you aware that their version of Zoom is older, so I'm going to have to promote them to a panelist.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Sure. My name is Matthew Maney. I live at 6114 7th Ave South on the Gulfport side of the street. I had a couple of things I wanted to say, and I had some prepared stuff, but I actually changed things up a little bit based on some of the statements that people had said. First and foremost, I do want to make it clear that we don't, at least in my house, stand against affordable housing. We stand against the building of a monolithic structure in our neighborhood. It would not fit. That being said, a monolithic structure would be, all rental properties. we recently, we get this magazine called Real Simple, and they have this, in the August issue, they have money rules that were written. One of the interesting things they make a comment about is for many people, renting is actually better than buying a home. They specifically state, however, that that's not true in select markets, Tampa Bay being one of those markets. Hence, maybe it would make more sense to consider maintaining single family zoning and promoting the property to lower income builds where people can, and you've heard this before, build their legacy, their wealth, their ability to own, and be a part of the neighborhood and be a part of a community instead of something that is probably going to be temporary for them. It would really be beneficial to the neighborhood, to the people living in the neighborhood, and to the people who would be moving into the neighborhood, which I think is ideally what we all strive for. So that's primarily what I would like to say. Secondarily, there are some interesting issues living in a multi-jurisdictional area, one of which is if accidents happen, say on 64th South, say you get into a fender bender at 64th and 9th South, and you call Gulfport, they don't know who controls that jurisdiction, so they have you call St. Pete. St. Pete says, no, we don't do that. So they have you call Gulfport, and Gulfport's like, you're a resident of Gulfport, let us call around and figure out who we need to send out there. An hour and a half later, you get a sheriff because that's who they found who was willing to go there. The sheriff shows up and says, hey, I don't even know why I'm here. This isn't my jurisdiction. This happened to me a couple of years ago. It's an interesting place to live when a situation like that does occur, and it's something to be considered. Anyway, please vote no, or at least consider voting to a single family jurisdiction. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, the final speaker, we're going to try this, is Kate Celestine. Kate, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record. And Mr. Chair, Kate has an older version of Zoom as well. I'm going to have to promote her to a panelist.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, thank you.
Hello.
Kate, okay.
Ms. Celestin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Kate Celestin, and I am at 6114 7th Ave South as well. I guess I should just put it out there to make sure it's okay if I speak, if somebody from the same address has already spoken.
You're okay.
Okay. I wanted to speak today to oppose the proposed rezoning because I feel it's not consistent with the character of the neighborhood, which is single family housing currently. And I do want to reiterate, based on what somebody else was saying, is that we are not against the types of people that this housing is for. We are just against the type of building that they want to put into our neighborhood. I have a stepdaughter who goes to Bogey and walks down 7th Ave South and tells us stories all the time of having to jump out of the road to not get hit by cars. She walks in the gutter, basically, to get to school. And so we don't have sidewalks on 7th. We don't have sidewalks on 6th, which is St. Pete. 7th is St. Pete and Gulfport. There's no sidewalks on Bougainvillea. And I think a problem with that is that it's different municipalities. It's not easy to put sidewalks in. And whether or not it's debatable about increased traffic, I don't think we're debating that there's going to be increased foot traffic. And the Pinellas Trail closes at dusk.
So you're putting all these people on all these streets with no sidewalks that are already dangerous. So I know that's already been mentioned several times, but I think that's definitely a big issue. And I'm also concerned about the environmental impacts as well with the manatees. So I think we need to protect our sea life. And I think that sums it up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's name is Doug Bach. Doug, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record.
I'm here.
Mr. Bach,
Yes,
do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Doug Bach, Unit 150, South Pasadena Mobile Home Park. But right now I'm up at 269 Ski Hill Road, Ontario, Canada. I know you had a long day. I just see it's 9 o'clock, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. Just to enlighten you, there's no snow up here in Canada yet, by the way. Hopefully we make it down this winter. Now, I did send an email with the concerns of our residents to Mr. Kilborn on Monday. He has advised me that council did receive that. Thank you, Mr. Kilborn, for forwarding that to council. So I'm not going to echo any of my points on that particular email, but my concern today, when I was driving back, I got a phone call that we received a draft site plan for our review. I did have an opportunity to look at that site plan, I guess since 5:01 when I arrived home and I'm part of this meeting. And it sort of echoes our concern in the park over the past 7 or 8 months. Where was the developer? Why didn't they at least come? They were more than welcome. I am the president, by the way, of the park, so they were more than welcome to come to a meeting and sort of explain what they're doing. So, you know, we get the site plan the day of this big particular meeting. A couple of my concerns that I didn't talk about in the email was the proposed 55. We are a 55 park. There's roughly 390 some odd shareholders in our park, and that has been raised a concern. How do we enforce that? I don't have that answer. The other concern when I saw the site plan is a 4-story building. Now I'm hearing during this here call that it may be 6 stories. You heard from Joyce Gaines, who's on First Street earlier. One of our residents was concerned about the height of this building, and you're going to be able to see it whether it's 4 stories, 6 stories. That's a concern I know of the people on First Street. It's difficult being the president and sitting on the board of directors. I'm a senior myself, but there is 392 shareholders that don't like change. So we're used to, I've been going to the park since 1985, a shareholder for the last 10 years. We're used to the church, but in saying that, I can say to use people that the shareholders in our park do not want this type of development. They are open to single family homes. And I am also open, and I'm sure they're open for low cost housing. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And good luck with your choice today. I don't see anybody yawning yet. So thank you very much for this time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, the next speaker's last 4 on their phone number is 2164. 2164, once you enter into the meeting space, the clerk will administer the oath. After the oath is administered, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. (2164).
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can. I'm going to give you the oath before you speak. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Casey Nelson. I live at 6285 10th Avenue South.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak to City Council.
I have lived here all of my life, down here in Gulfport. I love my neighborhood. I love new people. Affordable housing is great, but this large 46-story building towering over our whole neighborhood, the trailer park, is not going to be the best. I ride the bus to and from school, and the traffic is already bad as it is there, and I can't imagine the traffic with there being a large affordable housing complex right there. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, there are no more speakers whose hands were raised. As I indicated before, Geraldine Coles had spoken and they kept raising their hands, so they've already spoken during the public hearing portion of the meeting. And any emails that have been received, they've all been sent to council's office for your distribution as well, and to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We did have one speaker, Judith Jewell, that had a older version of Zoom that was not able to communicate with us. Did your office reach out to her?
Mr. Chair, she's no longer, she logged out of the meeting and she's not there.
Okay. Well, thank you. We'll close the public hearing and go to cross-examination. We'll start with the opponent, Mr. Galantis. You've got 5 minutes.
We have no questions on cross.
Okay, thank you. Cross City Administration, Mr. Kilborn.
City has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kilborn. We'll go to cross for the applicant, Mr. Mastery.
I have one question of Mr. Kilborn. Derek, I'm looking at something that was in your presentation, and I'd like to know how wide the drainage easement is for Booker Creek. I mean, I'm sorry,
yes.
Bear Creek.
Yes, Bear Creek. Thank you. This was one of my noted comments and closing remarks. So we do have some mapping that shows a 60-foot wide drainage easement. And so that is probably the basis for some reference to the 60 feet. Because over the years, there have been some changes to that channel. In February, I reached out to the city's engineering department and inquired about that drainage easement along the creek. The engineering department was going to coordinate with stormwater to review and update the drainage easement boundary if needed, as any potential redevelopment might move forward on this site. So engineering and stormwater is aware of it, and there will be expectation to revisit the drainage easement boundary. The city needs to make sure that they're maintaining access through the site to that creek, but there is mapping to show a 60-foot wide drainage easement.
I do not have any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mastery. We'll go to rebuttal closing. We'll start with the opponent, Mr. Galantis. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I don't see the opponent in the meeting setting. Let me check to make sure that they didn't log out and log back in.
He just came into the
Okay.
meeting.
Okay, I see him now. Thank you.
And I'm not sure what you just said, so could you repeat it, please?
Oh, we didn't see you,
Well,
now we see you.
I'm sorry?
We thought you disappeared. We see you now. So you have 5
You're back
minutes.
you're back in my kitchen. All right, so am I able to present closing arguments at this point?
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Okay, since 1985, the application of the comprehensive plan has been consistent in protecting the character, scale, and horizontal orientation of our neighborhoods. What we have here is a square peg, round hole situation. Commissioner Bell touched on a point which we think is very relevant. She asked, in reference to the residential urban designation, and I quote, "What I am trying to understand according to procedure was the residential urban designation and whether that option that is an option the city could have looked at and then initiated that particular designation, or did the city require a particular designation and then it responded to the designation?" End of quote. I butchered it a little bit, but I apologize. So the answer to us, however, is quite clear. Affordable housing requires higher density, and higher density is needed for this project to make sense. Since 2018, when the pastor first approached the city with this 4.5-acre lot, the city has been attempting to justify the high density designation on the property. But no matter which way you turn that square peg, it simply will not fit in the round hole. It appears to us that some interested parties are trying to use a sledgehammer to make it fit. We are a very established single-family 1 to 2-story neighborhood. The proposed changes do not meet the consistency requirements within section 163.3187, section 4 of the comprehensive plan. Horizontal orientation, scale, and most importantly, character will be compromised here. Overturning the decision of the CPPC would raise multiple flags with your constituents. It would signal, number one, that any developments that the city deems necessary will take precedence over any and all policies that are outlined in the comprehensive plan, thereby nullifying the intent and protections afforded by the comprehensive plan, or as I prefer to call it, the city planner's constitution. Number two, it would signal that local government no longer works with or for its constituents, but rather with or for developers. Homeowners will bear the burden of increased density and loss of character of their neighborhood, presuming that they were protected by the comprehensive plan when they sign on that dotted line for that 30-year mortgage. Number three, it would signal that the CPPC and its processes as it relates to land use and zoning change evaluations would have no legitimate function or value. Is that a message you really want to send? Number four, it would signal that public participation as outlined in the comprehensive plan would also have no legitimate function or value. And number five, it would signal an end to the trust that your constituents have in you, and your credibility will be irrevocably compromised. City Council members, Mr. Chairman, while you may not have strolled our neighborhood, I encourage you to put yourself into the shoes of the homeowners who may have invested their life savings into their dream home, where they can ride their bicycles and walk their dogs, and where wives and their kids can sunbathe in their backyard without worrying about the leering eyes of some unknown person on the 7th floor of a high-rise building. Please consider how the introduction of potentially 100 or 200 more residents in a small area might affect the character of our neighborhood. For a developer, it's just another deal. However, with the stroke of a pen, you will intrinsically change the lives of long-term residents and homeowners. In closing, PGSP Neighbors United implores the City Council to uphold the CPPC decision and deny the Flume 58 application. Thank you very much, I appreciate all the time you've spent here. I don't know how you do it. I've been sitting here in this suit and tie for just a couple of hours and I'm dying. I can't wait till you disconnect me. Have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Galantis. We'll go to closing by city administration. Mr. Kilborn.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple points I want to respond to, comments that have come up in the public comment portion. So first, I want to start by reminding the City Council that this is a map amendment that you are reviewing and not a site plan proposal. Any action that you take on a potential map amendment does not mean that the only redevelopment of the site has to be an age-restricted workforce housing project. It is a change on the map, and there is nothing binding the applicant to the development or site plan that they have proposed to you. That being said, you did see a site plan, and I will just remark to the council that any site plan proposal that includes more than 60 dwelling units is required to go through a site plan review application with the city's Development Review Services Division. So there would be a higher threshold of review here in the site plan review process, but that is not the nature of your consideration this evening. Third, you've heard reference to multifamily apartments and the grandfathered status of those projects to the north and to the east. Those projects are not technically what we would call grandfathered in the sense that that land is already zoned NSM1, neighborhood suburban multifamily, and the commercial zoning is CCT1, corridor commercial traditional -1, which allows multifamily units to be constructed. So those projects to the north and to the east, those could be redeveloped today with multifamily units at 48 to 60 feet in height. So there's not grandfathering that would limit it only to the existing building. Fourth, Tom Whalen is on the meeting. So if you have questions related to transportation or future major streets, Tom, we can promote him up and he'll be able to answer those questions for you. Somebody had remarked about workforce housing and senior housing. The two can coexist. In fact, our parking regulations offer an enhanced reduction for workforce housing projects that are age restricted, so they can be both. 6, it was said that we're not hearing from a certain group of people, or it was suggested that it's harder for seniors to participate in this meeting. That may be true, which is why staff has worked really hard to create a transparent process for receiving and routing public comments, which we highlighted in our initial presentation, and you can see through the public comment packet that we put together for you. And finally, I just want to say I think it's great that we have youth that are participating in this process. And we heard earlier from Mitch Carney Jr., a 14-year-old. He wrote an email that is in your public comment packet that is one of the better emails we received. So it's great to see that. And also Julia Reed spoke tonight. So continue to encourage youth to be involved in the process. And then also I'll just note that, you know, we heard from somebody tonight who lives in the mobile home park and is currently in Canada. So despite some of the limitations of virtual meetings, that individual is able to participate tonight because this was offered to them. So there are positives as well to take from this. And that concludes our comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kilborn. Mr. Clerk, can we go ahead and promote Mr. Whalen to the meeting just in case anybody has some questions? And I'll call on Mr. Mastery representing the applicant for his closing remarks. Mr.
Yes,
Mastery.
Before I start, Mr. Chairman, could I ask that the clerk notify me at 3 minutes because I have received a message that a representative of Blue Star would like to make one final closing remark. If that's all right with you.
That's fine with me, Mr. Clerk. Can you set the time limit for Mr. Mastery at 3 minutes, please?
And And Scott McDonald, if you're listening, when 3 minutes is up, it's your turn. And I'm having a little difficulty here. The lights went out about 3 minutes ago. So
before you begin, Mr. Mastery, let me bring Mr. McDonald in so we can swear him in. He has not been sworn in to speak.
that'd be fine. Is he coming in?
Yes, he is. Ms. Davis, would you swear in Mr. McDonald?
Yes. Do you
Janet.
swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mastery, before you begin, let me just check with our city attorney. Do you have any problem with Mr. McDonald and Mr. Mastery sharing closing remarks?
It's fine.
That's fine, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Mastery.
First, some random remarks. We never said we would build a 7-story building. It would be 4 stories, and we have no problem with any restrictions being placed to guarantee that does occur. We didn't deal with the neighborhood association because it wasn't even, we didn't know about it. It existed till the day, and it wasn't created until 3 weeks after the CPPC hearing. And yes, there's a lot of opposition, but in my opinion, there's been no substantial evidence presented to overcome your staff's conclusion that the requested zoning and land use are not consistent with the comp plan, its goals, objectives, and policies. And there's been no evidence to overcome the city's transportation department or our independent report by Kimley Horn that 64th Street does not have adequate capacity for this proposed development. Proposed development of 35 single-family homes will have probably just as many people. And there are many multifamily developments in this city adjacent to single-family developments, and they don't cause problems. They can coexist. Some are, I think there's 2 in Kenwood. There's one at 39th Avenue South and 35th Street, 13th Avenue North and 25th Street, 26th Avenue South, 1st Street and 71st Avenue North, 1st Street and 41st Avenue North. The site is isolated and buffered, as I have explained. The trees that are there now are in excess of the height of a 4-story building. And I've previously told you how it is buffered. But single-family homes next to multifamily zoning in St. Petersburg is not a new or novel concept. It exists throughout the city. And right now, with the site plan shows that the proposed building would be from 238 feet to 393 feet from the houses to the north and the west. And the proposed buildings on the east would be 142 feet to 488 feet from the houses. Now, everybody says we need affordable housing, but not in my backyard. We need to do more than say we just need affordable housing. We need to do what it takes to make affordable housing occur. In a built-out city, we need to have approved rezonings. The code provides for rezonings. We're not going through a process that is not permitted. But in a built-out city like St. Pete, almost every rezoning and every affordable housing project is always going to be next to some land that's already developed. It's going to be in someone's backyard. And I suggest to you that the request before you today meets all of the requirements.
5 seconds, Mr. Mastery.
And your staff agrees. And I guess, Scott, you can go ahead, but my final comment, I'm really disturbed about the reference that this project will create criminal activity. That's just, there is no evidence whatsoever for that. Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, and thank you, council members. My name is Scott McDonald. I'm the CFO of Blue Sky Communities, and our address is 5300 West Cypress Street, Suite 200, Tampa, Florida, 33607. Most of you know Blue Sky, and you trust us to build communities that are attractive. We have multiple properties in the city that are affordable housing that we've managed for more than 40 years through our property management company, Carteret Management.
We have proven both from a development and property management standpoint that our properties become neighborhood assets. Some council members have properties of ours in their districts, so you know this. But for those who don't, I hope you also trust us to properly manage this property so that crime and disrepair never occur. We will own this property for the long term. Our properties enhance and stabilize neighborhoods, just the opposite impact of what the neighbors are alleging. Please look at the real record as you consider how this vote will impact the neighborhood. You've heard the voices of a lot of residents of this neighborhood. There were many. But please remember, there are far more citizens of this city that do not have a safe, affordable place to call home. We and this community are a solution for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Before City Council goes into an executive session, Mr. Dima, can you take a couple of minutes and remind Council of the standards for our review?
Yes, sir, Chair. Thank you. So as a reminder, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and we are bound to apply the criteria, the essential requirements of the law, which are the criteria in our code and our comprehensive plan, to the evidence that you've received today, and indeed over the course of the development of the materials that you received in advance of the meeting. And in page 4 of the staff report, you'll see a list of the relevant considerations on amendments to the future land use map. This is derived of section 16.70, 0.040.1.1. And that is what you have to consider when there's an amendment to the zoning map and future land use map. So without going through each one of them, first and foremost, as has been said on by multiple sides here, that you're looking for consistency with the comprehensive plan. And then you're also looking at measures of compatibility of the zoning district, of the change in the zoning district. You're not looking at the site plan here today. I know one was submitted, but that is neither a prerequisite for a rezoning, nor is it particularly relevant evidence. What you're looking at is the implications of the change in the zoning district and the compatibility there too. So that's pretty much it. And if you have any questions on, kind of the standard of review, I'm happy to answer any at this point in time. Otherwise, you all can go into executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Dima. City Council will go into executive session at this point. Council members. Who wants to start? Vice Chair Driscoll.
Thank you, Chair. Somebody had to do it. Thank you to everyone who spoke this evening on both sides of this issue. There were just really some compelling points that were made, and I appreciate all of that, as I like to look at every side of an issue and hear from everyone before I make my decision. I had several years ago, so the block where I live has townhouses that are 2 stories and a couple of like 2-story apartment buildings. So everything is really low. And several years ago, there was a vacant lot on the corner and someone sold it. And the new owner decided to develop an apartment building And I think it's 6 floors. It's like 5 or 6 floors. 100 units, 55 plus, income restricted. At first, my whole block just thought they were going to lose their mind because it was so different. We were very proud of our block and its quaintness and the lack of density that was there. But you know, once the building was built and folks moved in, and we met our new neighbors, and again, it was a 55 plus apartment building. We actually became a stronger block, or more of a neighborhood within the neighborhood, because these are folks that look out for each other, you know, out walking the little dogs and you know, loaning things to each other and just being true neighbors in every sense of the word. Everyone checks on each other, and it actually just brought out, I think, the best in all of us. So, I kind of understand where a lot of the residents are coming from on this, but I also understand what's on the other side of it. And it actually can be a very good thing for a neighborhood to expand its offerings and open the doors to more kinds of people. So, and also, if it is a 55 plus community, they're really great at crime walks and doing like little crime watches around. So that's very helpful. A few people brought up some really good points, and I wanted you all to know that I made some notes. There were several people who mentioned the lack of public transit around 64th Street in that area, and that just piqued my interest because I am very much in favor of helping people get around without a car. I serve on the board of PSPA. And I'm also a fan of the Complete Streets Initiative. So hearing this, I appreciate it, because what I'm going to do and what I'll pledge to you all that I will do is to work on addressing that with our transportation department here and also with PSPA. To see if we can increase the options for transit, because as I look at the map, you've got the Pinellas Trail right there. It's not far from where the new Sunrunner is going to be, so there's some good opportunity there in the future. So thank you for that tip. I'm going to be taking a closer look at that to make sure that as this moves forward, we'll have good transit options for everyone. So a couple of other people mentioned food access, and that's something that is a topic I'm very passionate about. I really believe that everyone in our city should have easy access to healthy and fresh food. I was trying to look on the map at how far away the nearest grocery store was, but it doesn't have to be a grocery store in order to be an option for people for fresh food. And so I am going to keep this area in mind as we continue discussions in committees about addressing food insecurity and healthy food access in our city. So thanks to those of you who brought that up. And then last but not least, I wanted to ask, is Tom Whalen still on? Because I had I don't know if this would be for Tom to answer or not, but someone had mentioned that they had requested a flashing crosswalk signal be placed somewhere on the Pinellas Trail around 64th Street. And I mean, that's a pedestrian safety issue, but can anyone respond to that and let me know if there has been, like, since this development has come up, or the potential for the development, has there been any examination of this area in terms of pedestrian safety, bicycle safety, and really looking at a plan to make improvements in that regard, knowing that we have the potential for some development. So, okay. And I'm sorry to have ended my sentence so abruptly. I have been informed that our council chair is having some technical issues. And so as the acting chair, I'm going to call a brief recess so that he can get logged back in and join us so that we can continue. So City Council is now in recess. Thank you.
And Mr. Clerk, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Our Vice Chair Driscoll, are we in recess now?
Sir, yes, we are. If you don't mind, the 5 minute, like a 5 or 10 minute recess, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, a 5 minute recess. Why don't we take a 5 minute recess? Thank you.
Thank you.
Were you saying something, Derek?
I was, yeah. Just a quick comment. Tom Whalen's getting called up to participant, and I don't believe he was sworn in at the beginning of the meeting. So before he takes a question from somebody, we'll need to do that.
We'll make sure he's sworn in.
Thank you.
I'm ready to be sworn in.
You can't be sworn in until the meeting's back from recess.
Okay, good.
And how do you hear me, Mr. Clerk?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Apologize for the interruption, everyone. My audio just went dead for a minute or two as Vice Chair Driscoll was finishing up her remarks. Next, I'm going to go to Mr. Dima next. You have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair. It'll be just one second. I wanted to tack on just a reminder to the council that this is an appeal, and to grant the appeal, which would also grant the application for the land use and zoning change, would require a supermajority vote of the council today. So that means 6 votes in the affirmative out of the 8 present council members. And that's all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing that I heard as I came back into the meeting, I don't believe Mr. Whalen was sworn in. Do we have to give Mr. Whalen, does he have to be sworn in?
Yes, he does, Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Whalen, do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Rice.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start off by thanking everyone who has called in tonight. I know that you have been working on this since April of 2019, and you put a lot of time and effort into this, and I hope you know your voices have been heard. I also want to thank our staff who have done a great job, as always, with presenting the facts and guiding us through this process. Thanks to everyone for your patience with the technology tonight. This is something we're all going through. I was really glad to hear young people on the call tonight. And I hope this is a good learning experience. You know, I don't always get the way I want all the time, but if I know that the process is fair, then I can accept the outcome, even if it wasn't what I originally wanted. And I hope that that goes into part of the learning experience tonight, to understand that this is a process that sees all sides. And lastly, although we are here tonight to talk about the consistency and compatibility of these proposed changes, I do appreciate a few of the folks who called in and said that this wasn't about an opposition to affordable housing. Thank you for saying that, because I think that was an element that was involved. And, you know, we realize that our city needs to have more affordable housing. So first, let me address the issues of the street and 64th Street South. This issue seems pretty cut and dry to me. It is designated as a future major street on our map. Our city studies show that there is capacity on this road. And I think some of the questions and objections that I heard about the street seem to be subjective. Secondly, about transit, I'd like to thank Derek for bringing up some of the original issues where PSTA does have DART paratransit door-to-door service for people with permanent or temporary disabilities, as well as direct connect. We don't have fixed route service right there in front of the location, but as Councilmember Driscoll mentioned, the proposed stop for the BRT project on First Avenue South is 8 blocks away from this location, and the Pinellas Trail is 2 blocks away. Let's go to consistency and compatibility. I read in the backup that one of the CPCC commissioners referred to what she saw from doing a Google Street View. I'll tell you that I spent over an hour driving around this whole area last week and got a pretty strong sense of the view for myself. Bear Creek is a substantial buffer from the property, from the south side of the property looking north. In fact, if you look at a map, Bear Creek itself is a significant border through the whole area that it traverses. Most roads do a cul-de-sac instead of crossing over it, and the building around the creek is a pretty significant and consistent feature of the area. Not necessarily the neighborhood, but the whole area of St. Pete that Bear Creek travels through. So I think when you drive down 64th Street, as you drive south, once you cross Bear Creek, you do feel like you are in a different part of the neighborhood. And there is a clear differentiation. And also in that creek bed drainage area is very thick and tall trees that also create a natural boundary between the property and Bougainvillea Avenue and the neighborhood. I know that there is, there've been some comments about spot zoning, but spot zoning in a sense already exists because it's already zoned institutional. It's notable to me that there is already existing high density affordable housing to the direct south with the South Pasadena mobile home area. I know a caller mentioned feeling like they would be in a fishbowl, but if you drive through there, I mean, those trailers, they're very well maintained, but they're packed in like sardines. The fishbowl effect is not from what a neighbor is going to build adjacent to that area. In terms of consistency, as what has been stated and what we can tell from looking at the map, this area is a very interesting nexus of natural boundaries formed by Bear Creek, administrative boundaries with the city of St. Pete, the city of Gulfport, the unincorporated area. The neighborhood in Gulfport across the street, it's a beautiful neighborhood. It's got gorgeous trees, but you know, it's different and it has a different feel than the Bear Creek neighborhood that's in Saint Petersburg. Notably, there's also a very mixed pattern of development along 64th Street, right across the street. There's single family housing, there what look to be duplexes and triplexes. And of course, as we have mentioned before, there's the trailer park. The NSM1 and future major street map designation or proposed designations, this is completely in line with conversations the city of St. Pete has been having for a long time to look at places where we can increase density along our major roads and to look for places that can help us build affordable housing. So this proposed change is completely in line with a general direction that the city is headed in that's very important to all of us and that all of us have been engaged in. So I am in favor of granting the appeal to the CPCC decision. I do have a question. Maybe this is for Derek. I don't want to put you on the spot. And if this is out of the scope of our discussion tonight, just let me know. But earlier today, we discussed House Bill 1339. That is a new state law that allows local government to locate affordable housing in industrial, institutional, and commercial zones. And I wondered if you could make a comment about how that state law might imply what the city can do with this property. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think that in this particular case, in response to that legislation, that is something that we still have to procedurally figure out as a city, and what mechanisms are we going to put into place to implement that new state law. So until we do that, it's hard to say what implications it might have on this site. Obviously, there is potential that law could be used for future redevelopment on this site, but I can't say that with certainty today.
Well, thanks for that. I appreciate that. I'll just say on consistency and compatibility, I think this is an area that has a lot of diversity, a lot of different looks, different feels according to jurisdiction. I don't think there's anything that's really particularly consistent as applies to this particular area, because I think once you cross Bear Creek, you get into a whole different feel and look of the street and the neighborhood. And I do think that that these changes would be compatible with a comp plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice. Vice Chair Driscoll, I may have not allowed you to finish your comments. Were you? Did you have anything else to say before we went into recess?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, when we had to go to recess, I was just about to ask Mr. Whalen about some pedestrian safety issues. May I continue that and quickly wrap up?
Sure, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Whalen, thanks for joining us and for being here and accessible to us. I had been asking you about about pedestrian safety around as it relates to the Pinellas Trail and 64th Street. Several people brought up concerns about pedestrian safety, and so although we have your information regarding the traffic and the level of service regarding vehicular traffic, but what about the pedestrian environment there? Has that been looked at, or could that possibly be included as an opportunity for improvement as this moves forward?
Yes, we can certainly look at ways to improve bicycle and pedestrian safety. Right now at the trail, there is a rapid rectangular flashing beacon. So I'm not sure if I see the concern at the trail, but there's something that we're not seeing. They can certainly bring it to our attention and we can evaluate that in terms of maybe some additional improvements at the trail. Along this whole corridor, we are also going to improve the bike lanes. Right now they go up to First Avenue North and they end at the city limit line. We're going to improve the bike lanes that we have on 64th Street south of St. Petersburg. And we're also working with the city of Gulfport to extend the bike lanes all the way down to Gulfport Boulevard south. So we're doing a lot of things along this stretch here. We're always, of course, trying to improve pedestrian safety as well. These are great points the citizens have brought to our attention tonight. We'll certainly take down notes and try to address as many as we can.
All right, terrific. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. That's all I have for now. Chair, thank you so much, Tom Whalen. It's great to see you.
Great seeing you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Driscoll. Councilmember Wheeler Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I just want to thank Derek and his staff for the presentation and also for your professionalism at the CPPC hearing. I really appreciate that. What I want to first start out with is my granddaughter attended Bear Creek Elementary. So I took her to school and I dropped her off. And let me get my other earpiece because one of them is dying. Hold on. So I took her, can you hear me? Chair? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
So, all right. So every day I took her to school and dropped her off. I took 64th. I also ride the trail that way. So, and if there is a pedestrian safety issue, as Councilmember Driscoll just brought up, and as she stated, several people mentioned it, some concerns. I'm surprised about that because with that being my district, no one ever has mentioned that to me. And Mr. Whalen, if someone has ever brought that to your attention, it was never brought to my attention. So I wanted to bring that. As far as Councilmember Rice took it in a different direction as far as and I respect that as far as what she was speaking about. But what I'm going to do, because what we are voting on tonight, as I understand it, is the future land use map and the measures of compatibility and changes. But a lot of the questions or a lot of the comments, I'm sorry, was made about opposing the CPPC not granting the appeal. And a lot of comments that were made, and I wrote down so many notes, and geez, I'm not gonna read all these, but I'm just gonna highlight a few. I'm just gonna make some comments that I wrote down. This project from Blue Sky is a project for 55 years old and older, so seniors, move it, for 55-year-olds and seniors. And I know crime was mentioned a couple of times, not a lot, but a couple of times, and that took me aback a little bit. And I'm like, okay, so show me some crime reports where we have had developments that shows if you have a development with seniors or older and crime is the issue. But we as a city council, we know that we have a housing issue. We know this. We say that the city of St. Pete is a place where everyone can live, work, and play, not just downtown. Number one, everybody does not want to be a homeowner, okay? Everyone cannot afford to live downtown where all the high rises are. We are gonna have to take a stance and start making bold decisions. We're not going to be able to make decisions that please every resident, every neighborhood, but we know that we need to tackle the area of housing. No, every neighborhood is not going to want to bring affordable housing, or as they call it, low income housing in their area. But we know that we need to tackle this. We know that we need to have, everybody needs a place to stay. So until we as council, as we as elected officials that were elected to make these bold decisions for our city, so that everybody can have a place to live, work, and play wherever it may be in our city. And until we say, yes, we're going to allow this developer to build over here. I have went and witnessed Blue Sky development. I have seen what they build. I have witnessed it. And until we stand firm and say, hey, okay, I understand you homeowners and trust me, and I understand residents may not want certain development in their areas, but we as elected officials have to take a stance and say, hey, we have this opportunity before us. The city staff has vetted it. and this is what has to go forward. And we have to trust this is what we trust our staff for. And we have to go forward. So I will be voting for this tonight to move forward, because this is what we have to start to do in order to address our housing issues. We cannot continue to just say, you know, every development that comes forward, we keep saying no, 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 no. We're never going to address the housing issue. We're never going to get affordable housing, workforce housing. We're never going to tackle the issue if we keep saying no, no, no. All right, thank you. It's been a long day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Wheeler Bowman. Councilmember Blackman.
Did you say Blackman? Me? Okay, I couldn't hear. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. It has been a long day. Can I start out by asking Mr. Kilborn a quick question? If we made no change as the site sits, what is the maximum height building that could be built on the site?
There's some nuance to that answer. If it is redeveloped as a standard multifamily, then the maximum height is 48 feet. If it, I'm sorry, are you asking under the proposed zoning category or the existing zoning category? Proposed.
Existing.
Okay. Existing category is 36 feet. And then there is a large tract plan development overlay option, which would allow, because the site is more than 2 acres but less than 5 acres, if somebody was redeveloping under the large tract plan development option, the maximum allowable height would be 75 feet. And that would be with a 75-foot buffer on the perimeter.
Thank you very much. That being said, this project is in my district, District 1. I am very thankful for all the calls we heard and all the input. There's a lot of really passionate people, which I'm very proud of in our district. I love the fact that we had children speaking, we had elderly people speaking. The generational ownership was one thing that kept being brought up. People had purchased houses, inherited houses, long-time ownership. And this is what makes me proud to represent the district. We had people saying they were low income. We had people saying they were families. The point is, it's a very diverse district. And I value that diversity. I view our neighborhoods like I view our entire city, and that its diversity is what makes it strong. And, you know, we heard a lot of talk, a couple of people called in from the mobile homes. I am intimately familiar with this church, Pasadena Baptist Church, as it used to be called. I'm intimately familiar with the trailer park. And the reason is I never attended the church, but I spent my entire life driving by there, walking by there, biking by there. I used to get sodas at the little convenience store they had at the mobile home park. I used to get sodas down at the place on Fifth Avenue. The point is, there is a lot of different compelling things to go both ways. But when you think about the site itself, you look at the map and I can't help but realizing that not 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, we had a discussion of coastal high hazard, and people kept saying, well, gee, we should move our building inland to places where it would be safer. Now today, when somebody's got something that's inland and barely any of this site is in a high hazard area, we're still saying, no, we don't want development. So at some point, we have to take charge of the situation on affordable housing, and we have to get real and get serious about solving the problem. The trailer park next door has 196 units. The proposal here is for 85 units. And while I was disappointed in a recurring theme that came up during the phone calls, that there hadn't been more outreach by Blue Sky, I've heard nothing but good things about them, and I think they've got the message loud and clear. And if this is approved, that they will do community outreach to the district, to the neighbors, and help out and make sure that they do things in a fashion that is compatible with the neighborhood. Also, though, 64th Street is a future major thoroughfare, and it already is one. That's why I'm so familiar with the site. 66th Street deads off at First Avenue, and everybody cuts down to get to 64th to get to Pasadena. So I've been driving through there my whole life. Like I said, walking, jogging. It's already a thoroughfare. This isn't like it's being built on some dead-end cul-de-sac. And when you know, we heard a lot of contradictory topics too. Some people said there's not enough public transit. A number of people said it's a bus stop. Some people said it would cause congestion. Other people said it was so fast they wanted more speed bumps. So the point is, change is scary, no matter what it is in life. And it's never in my wildest dreams did I think, when I was a kid buying a Pepsi at that corner store, that I'd be talking about, you know, the future of the church there. But the church itself is in disrepair, as the owners have said, and we have to respect the fact that it's only going to get worse. People here have said it'll affect their home values, but you know, a new development done right can actually benefit your value, and it puts more money on the tax base, which will bring more attention, more services to the area. Food desert was mentioned a couple of times. Although there's a number of grocery stores in the area, the more purchasing power you have in a neighborhood, the more availability you have to get services. So that's another thing you need to take into account. The site itself is bounded by the creek to one side, a mobile home park on the other, and a street to the other. So it doesn't really impact any homes directly. And another thing that hasn't been mentioned is less than a block away, there's a laundromat and there's a food store and there's a secondhand kind of eclectic thrift gift store. So it's not a homogeneous neighborhood as it is, where it's just single family homes. There's already retail mixed in with the mobile homes and with homes, single family homes. And another thing is the mobile homes themselves. People were talking about the fear of crime and what could come, but realize you already have essentially fixed income housing right next door. And people said they wanted single family. Well, there's a bunch of different trailers that are there for sale. And I think what I'm getting at there is what people are talking about being afraid of already exists in their neighborhood and has for 60 years with the mobile homes. So this could just be a complement to that neighborhood. And, you know, I want to say that at the end of the day, we don't need affordable housing or a project like this in my district. We need this in every district. Every district in the city needs to get real about affordable housing. And I am for this proposal. I just want to say that we need to all be champions of affordable housing. I'm willing to step up to the plate today, and I agree with staff that I think we should grant the appeal. And I'm looking forward to seeing what this project can do. And I think it'll actually clean up the neighborhood and enhance it, with the dilapidated church being eliminated for housing that'll help out the whole community. So thank you very much, Jerry. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Blackman. Councilmember Capper.
Thank you, Chair. So my colleagues answered or asked and then got answers to most of my questions. So I will skip the question portion, and I just want to go ahead and say thank you. Thank you to all the residents, first of all, for their passion, for their love of their neighborhood, for their area. I mean, that's like the one thing we can all agree on, right? Like, we all love our city. But what I like to believe is that we love it for all of us, not just some of us. And so I wanted to also take a moment to thank Blue Sky. Thank you for your commitment to housing people in our city. I happen to be a member of this body who has one of Blue Sky's developments in my district, and I can say firsthand that it is a stellar community. And so I want to thank you for continuing that commitment.
There was a couple of things that were said that really disturbed me a little bit, to be quite honest. I wanted to address the concerns of residents regarding the decrease in their property values. And as Councilmember Blackman talked about the increase in crime, I think Councilmember Wheeler Bowman talked about it too. If this would be an affordable housing property brought to the area. There was a comment about Berkeley Estates. That happens to be the neighborhood I live in. And you talked about, someone mentioned early on, what if there was, you know, these type of properties right outside of your neighborhood? Well, you know what, there are. And it doesn't decrease my property values. It doesn't bring crime to my area. I drive right past numerous multifamily properties right on the MLK corridor every single day as I pull into my single family resident neighborhood. It increases my value, if anything, because it increases the diversity, the access to resources, and all of those great things about living in an urban community. I wanted just to share a little kind of fact setting, if you can bear with me for a moment. I know it's late. We're going on 14 hours as a council. But I wanted to share with you that in 2016, the real estate tracker Trulia, which is owned by Zillow, which we're all very familiar with, did a study of over 3,000 multifamily, affordable, and workforce housing properties across the country. And they were quoted as saying, housing units earmarked for low-income residents have virtually no impact on surrounding property values in major U.S. metro areas. If anything, they actually cause those properties to increase whenever they are curing blight. In addition, the Urban Land Institute completed a study in 2015 that dispelled the myth of crime coming to an area because of affordable housing. And I would say all of that just to share with you that broker in my other life, I can assure you I would never do anything that would ever decrease anyone's property value or make your neighborhood less stable or less desirable. And trust me, I know your area very, very well. I agree with Councilmember Blackman on his characterization of it because it is an incredibly diverse and unique area that I think that the property will fit in just perfectly. So I think that, you know, with everything that's been said this evening, I hear the concerns, but I want you to know that this council is committed to making our city better, and we're committed to making it better for all of us. I believe that this property fit in with the comp plan whenever the city was looking to purchase it, and I still believe that it fits with the comp plan today. So I will tonight be voting in favor of the appeal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard. I'll go ahead and weigh in next. I also want to thank everybody that spoke this evening. I want to thank everybody that sent us emails, and I also wanted to once again to thank our staff for the professionalism that you bring to what you do. To the people that spoke, you make our city better by weighing in and caring so much about this great city that we all call home. I too live in a neighborhood. I live on Snow Isle. We are a neighborhood that has a lot of single family homes, and we have a lot of multifamily in Snow Isle. A lot of people don't realize that, but we do have a lot of multifamily on the island, and there's not a problem. There just isn't, and it's quite compatible. Before, when my family first moved here to Saint Petersburg, my parents' home was in Shore Acres. We have the same thing in Shore Acres, and it's compatible there also. Derek, I do have just a couple questions to you. We had a couple members of the public that talked about some statistics about trips per hour on 64th Street going from 15 to 56. and they attributed some of those comments to you. Can you tell us about that? Did you mention that, or is that a report that maybe I missed?
Yes, I'm not trying to evade responsibility, but I think that those were references to answers that Tom Whalen provided, so I'll defer to him to respond, please.
Yes, those are trip generation numbers. We use the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual. And what we did is we look at the trip generation of the potential use, which are the 94 units multifamily, and we considered those to be low-rise apartments. And then we also did trip generation for the existing church. So for the apartments, it was 56 new trips, and for the church, it was 15, or an increase of 41 PM peak hour trips. So that is the change that we're talking about. 41 peak hour trips is less than 1 trip per minute. So in our opinion, it's really not a large traffic impact. The roadway itself has a lot of spare capacity. It can probably carry twice as much traffic as it carries today and still operate efficiently. So those are the numbers that we provide in the report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whalen. Mr. Coburn, can you talk a little bit about the other level of service requirements, potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, and how those requirements that are in the comp plan are addressed?
I can, yes. So level of service is standards are included in the comprehensive plan, and annually our department, working with other departments in the city, puts together an annual concurrency and mobility monitoring report where we update our comparison numbers. So when we receive applications like this, we go into those numbers and we compare them to the change that would result from the map amendment that's being requested. So for example, in the case of potable water, we know that our system has 125 gallons per capita per day capacity. We are currently operating at only 78 gallons per capita per day on demand. So that comparison shows us that we have an excess capacity on potable water. We do the same thing with sanitary sewer. We know that sanitary sewer has 20 million gallons per day permit capacity, and we are operating at a 9.73 million gallons per day daily average flow. So again, we're looking at the annual updated numbers and comparing those to determine capacity. The only two that I referenced that we do not have a capacity measurement on is the multimodal and the drainage. And I briefly explained how we do those before. And then finally, there was one that was excluded from the slide as I'm answering your question. I realize recreation. So recreation, the comp plan suggests that we have reserved 9 acres per 1,000 residents. We have an actual estimate of 21.2 acres per 1,000 residents. So again, these are the numbers that we're going to determine level of service and whether approving the map amendment negatively impacts those over the capacity limit.
Thank you, Mr. Kilborn. Well, based on the evidence that I have heard, I'm in favor of granting the appeal myself. I believe that this plan by Blue Skies community meets the issue that's before us, meets the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan. And the thing that I don't have any other requests for council members to weigh in on this topic. Mr. Dima, can you give us some guidance on how a motion could be crafted? Do we need to take up the ordinances separately and the resolution separately, or can we vote on them together?
You can vote on all three in one motion, Chair. so long as the motion specifies that you include the zoning ordinance, the land use change, and the resolution.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion from City Council.
I move that we grant the appeal, thereby overturning the denial and approving the request and adopting the associated ordinances as well as the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Does Mr. Dima, can you just explain to council just one more time, since we are going into our 14th hour, voting yes on the motion would grant the appeal and overturn the CPPC decision?
Yes, so a yes indeed grants the appeal, overturns the CPPC decision, and results in the approval of the application, which is the passage of those two ordinances.
Okay, is everybody on City Council clear? Seeing no request to speak, will the clerk please call the roll?
Foster,
Yes.
Blackman,
Yes.
Gabbard,
Yes.
Montanari,
Yes.
Rice,
Yes.
Big Sanders,
Yes.
Driscoll,
Yes.
and Wheeler Bowman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda is open forum. Do we have any requests to speak, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, I have no emails for open forum, and I do not see any hands raised to speak for open forum.
Okay, we'll move on to announcements. Does anybody have anything for the good of the order? Seeing no requests to speak, once again, I want to thank City Council for your hard work and diligence. We started early this morning, and
Don't even. Let's go.
I heard that somebody has a birthday coming up. Councilmember Wheeler Bowman. Maybe we could sing a little song.
Have Robert sing.
I'll start.
All
Okay.
right.
Don't tempt me, I will.
All right.
Happy birthday
To you. Happy
Happy
birthday to
birthday to
you.
you. Happy
Birthday,
birthday,
dear
Lisa. Happy
birthday
birthday.
to you.
The saddest happy birthday in the world.
We need to
Thank
practice.
you.
We need
Yes.
unanimous
Hey,
alto
that
to-
was beautiful. Hey, that was beautiful. Thank you.
Have a wonderful birthday, Lisa. Thank
I
you all
will.
for your hard work. City Council is adjourned. Thank you.